Chapter 1. Unexpected Visitor. Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy. When I fall, I shall arise. Micah 7:8, KJV. He lifted the curse, but not for long. He watched with glee as the traitor writhed in pain, his body shuddering during the brief respite. How he loved the agony caused by this simple curse. He remembered with fondness his youthful days of experimenting with torture curses, and he knew no joy comparable to the absolute ecstasy of casting this one. He laughed. He was angry, no mistaking that, but his rage at the newly discovered traitor had found an outlet in his favorite curse. "My lord," came a hesitant voice at his side. An interruption. His rage bubbled to the surface again, and turning, he found a new object for its relief. "Crucio," the rat-like man dropped to the ground, screaming in pain. "You dare to interrupt me, Wormtail." My lord, I have brought TH, the information why you desired," the small man stuttered, shaking from the effects of the curse. "About P, Potter." He reached the rat in 2 graceful strides and snatched the papers from the shorter man's trembling hands. Yes, yes, it was all here. His need to cast torture curses abated as a feeling of impending triumph replaced it. They had wasted enough time already. They must put the plan into action. "Bella," he hissed, seeking out his most trusted follower. "Wormtail begins watch in 1 hour. We strike the next time the boy leaves the house. You know what to do then. Follow the plan." His lips twisted in anticipation of this, his final encounter with the boy who lived, a boy who was about to prove more useful alive than he himself could ever have imagined. A sudden commotion occurred to his left. "He's getting away," a voice called. He turned too late as the tortured traitor stumbled to the edge of the clearing and apparated away. "You fools," he thundered, rage taking over once again. "He can't have gone far in this state. Find him, and when you do, bring his dead body to me." His mood properly spoiled. He searched for a new victim, any victim. Harry Potter awoke with a start, his head throbbing in pain. A vision, he realized with a groan as he rubbed his burning scar. He winced as the pounding in his head was matched by a firm pounding on his bedroom door. "Get up, you lazy boy. You have 5 minutes to get downstairs to help Petunia with breakfast, or else." Uncle Vernon had taken to tacking on that last bit to every order lately. He probably thought it made him sound more threatening, but whatever was included in the "or else" threat had never been made quite clear to Harry, so he didn't let it bother him too much. Harry sighed. Yes, Uncle Vernon. No matter how much he hated being treated like a house elf, sometimes it was best to swallow his pride and fly under the radar, and with this headache, it would probably be best to avoid getting on Uncle Vernon's bad side today. Pushing the vision aside to think about later, Harry hurriedly dressed and rushed downstairs and into the kitchen, where Petunia already had eggs, bacon, and Dudley's favorite pancakes cooking on the stove. "Took you long enough," she sniffed without looking up. Harry set the table and put out a pitcher of orange juice without comment. This summer had been predictably awful, but at least he and the Dursleys had developed a routine of sorts. As long as he did whatever chores he was assigned and stayed out of their way, they mostly left him alone. Sure, Uncle Vernon liked to grab hold of Harry's arm and shake him for effect most times he yelled, "or else." But Aunt Petunia hadn't tried to swing any frying pans at his head lately, and Dudley seemed to have outgrown his desire to use Harry as a punching bag. It probably also helped that Harry was so despondent over the loss of Sirius that he kept forgetting his usual urge to be defiant. Whatever the reasons, his summer with the Dursleys had been almost tolerable. Harry winced at the pounding footfalls on the stairs, followed by his cousin's loud entrance into the kitchen. Dudley demanded extra eggs and pancakes while he squeezed his large bottom onto a chair at the table. Harry barely managed not to roll his eyes as Aunt Petunia rushed to her sweet little Dudders and deposited more than half of the cooked food onto his plate. Ever since Dudley had managed to lose enough weight to fit into his school uniform, Petunia had found it difficult to force him to continue his diet, and in consequence, He was quickly gaining back the weight he had lost. "That's my boy," Vernon said happily as he took his own seat at the breakfast table. "Got to keep up your strength for the big match next weekend. None of those puny runts will stand a chance." Harry sat in his usual spot, and Petunia scraped a small portion of eggs onto his plate before dividing the rest between herself and Uncle Vernon. She set the plates of bacon and pancakes out of Harry's reach, and he knew better than to make a grab for either one. He glumly stabbed his eggs with a fork. Dudley's diet may have been over, but Aunt Petunia had conveniently forgotten that Harry wasn't on one. Breakfast passed in a blur of conversation between the Dursleys, but Harry couldn't be bothered to pay attention. It's not as if they wanted him to join in anyway. His mind drifted back to the vision he'd had that morning. He couldn't remember too many details. Something about a traitor, a bit of torture. There wasn't much to it, but he deliberated over whether to tell someone about it. The urge to owl Sirius welled up so suddenly inside him that he shoved the thought aside as quickly as he stood up from the table. "May I be excused?" He interrupted Uncle Vernon's play-by-play retelling of Dudley's latest boxing victory and waited only long enough for Petunia's sharp nod before rinsing off his plate in the sink and sprinting upstairs to the relative peace of his room. He threw himself onto his bed and stared up at the ceiling. He tried to clear his mind the way Snape had continually urged him to do last spring, but unfortunately, he still didn't have any clue how to do it. For once he wished he had paid closer attention to those occlumency lessons. An empty mind had to be better than his too full mind. Images of the battle at the ministry always lurking around the edges, ready to crash into his thoughts without warning. Harry took another breath, closed his eyes, and tried again to clear his mind. But once again he failed, just like he had every day since summer had begun. It was just as well, as 15 minutes and another rude awakening by Vernon later, Harry found himself standing next to his uncle in the backyard, staring out at the garden. The very large, very weed-filled garden. "Every weed," the man was saying. "Every last one, and then the front yard. Understand, boy?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry muttered out of habit, though his uncle was already stomping back into the house, keys jangling in his pockets as he readied to leave for the office. Harry sighed, rolled up his baggy sleeves, and got to work. Weeding wasn't so bad, really. Being outside, breathing the fresh air, even with the hot sun beating down on his back, it was loads better than being locked up in his bare room all summer. When he focused on the repetitive motion of pulling, discarding, pulling, discarding, he could even almost imagine that nothing had changed since last year. He was still the Dursleys' house elf, but Sirius was alive and merely biding his time until his name was cleared, and he could whisk Harry away to have a family of his own. Harry shook his head in self-reproach as he imagined this. He was 15, almost 16. He'd already faced down Voldemort multiple times, and a little over a year from now, he'd be of age. He wasn't a little kid in need of a mummy and daddy to tuck him in at night. Still, although he would never, ever admit it aloud, a large part of him always had, and always would long for exactly that. How pathetic was that? He frowned and tore at the weeds with a sudden fierceness that didn't bode well for a particularly bright chrysanthemum that got in his way. Only the thought of Aunt Petunia's face if she saw it made him take a few more deep breaths and deliberately slow his movements. It wouldn't do Harry any good to get into more trouble with the Dursleys, he reminded himself. It also wouldn't do him any good to wish for a life he would never have. Almost unbidden, familiar words from long ago came to mind. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Even now, years after Dumbledore had spoken those words to Harry in front of the mirror of Erist, they had an amazing power to ground him. His parents and godfather were gone, yes, but he was still here. More importantly, so were his friends. He had a life to live, and he couldn't live it while he clung to the past and dwelt on the might-have-beens. He steeled his shoulders and picked weed after weed with as close to a clear mind as he had managed all summer. By midday, the garden was looking good enough that Harry chanced a break. Petunia and Dudley were home, he knew, but thankfully were nowhere in sight as he helped himself to a drink of water in the kitchen. He wiped sweat from his forehead and smiled in relief as he placed the cool glass against his scar. It hadn't outright burned much this summer, but it had been prickling every so often. Harry tried not to think too much about Voldemort's attempts to possess him little more than a month ago, but he did wonder if it had messed with their connection somehow. Whether it had strengthened or weakened it remained to be seen. An odd clanging sound startled him, interrupting his thoughts, and he quickly gulped down the rest of the water in his glass before Aunt Petunia could catch him dirtying up her kitchen with his grubby hands and shoes. He set down the glass, wiped his hands on his dirty shirt, which barely helped, and had just reached the back door when he heard it again. He stopped, confused and alert. Oddly, it sounded like it was coming from the front door. He absently groped for the first bit of metal his fingers could find and held it over his head just in case as he quietly made his way down the hall and to the door to investigate. The wooden door was still, the entryway perfectly clean and free of disturbance, but years of being hunted by the world's most dangerous wizard had taught Harry the importance of being on his guard. He cautiously looked out the peephole. Harry nearly laughed at himself as he lowered the weapon in his hand, a harmless wire whisk. He shook his head in wry amusement. He was becoming as paranoid as Moody these days. He began to turn away when suddenly several long, pale fingers reached through the mail slot. "O.S.H." Harry stumbled back, heart racing. "Potter," a voice rasped. The fingers, bloody and scratched, trembled as they gripped the mail slot. Harry blinked, unsure whether to attack the hand with his whisk or charge upstairs to try to free his wand from his locked trunk. A pair of dark, bloodshot eyes peered through the thin opening of the slot. "Potter," it repeated, and this time the voice was all too familiar. Professor Snape," Harry croaked, now more confused than startled. What on earth would Snape doing on Harry's doorstep? Snape was speaking again, so low that Harry had to strain to make out his words. "Must not leave stay. House," his words trailed off, the hand and face disappearing as suddenly as they had appeared. Harry heard a dull thud over the clang of the mail slot falling closed. Harry stood in place for a long moment, too stunned to move. Finally jerked into action by a sound from upstairs, he scrambled to the door and pulled it open to peer around the door jamb. He nearly retched at the sight before him. An unconscious Snape was strewn in a dirty, bloody, bruised heap. From the dried blood on the side of the step, Harry wondered how long the professor had already been there. Hopefully not long enough for a neighbor to notice. Harry gave a quick Petunia-like glance around the neighborhood. He gave Snape's body a slight poke, but the blood disturbed Harry only slightly more than what the man was wearing. The Death Eater robes brought back a string of better-forgotten memories for Harry, even if Snape had apparently ditched the mask prior to arriving. Only the thought of the Dursleys' likely reactions to finding a wizard on their front step moved Harry into action. He rolled the body over and hooked his arms under Snape's, dragging him inside. It would have been a lot easier if he hadn't been small for his age. Harry groused to himself after dragging the unconscious man only partway down the hall. He felt a sudden rush of adrenaline as Dudley's big feet pounded in the upstairs hallway. He could be a matter of seconds from bounding downstairs, Aunt Petunia in tow, and Harry had absolutely no clue what to do with Snape's limp body. Or did he? Harry impulsively flung open the closest door, and the only one he knew for sure the Dursleys would not open, the cupboard under the stairs. He could still fit in there as long as he didn't stand to full height, so the space would be sufficient to hide a Death Eater's unconscious body from a few muggles for an hour or so. It's just a good thing that Snape was unconscious. If he knew he'd been tossed into a cupboard like a sack of potatoes, Harry predicted that not getting into advanced potions would be the least of his worries next year. He sighed with relief as the cupboard door closed on its occupant, until he noticed the trail of dirt and blood he had left in his wake by dragging Snape's body through the hallway. He scrambled to the kitchen as fast as his legs would carry him, making a beeline for the towels. He barely managed to clean up the worst of the blood streaks when the slam of an upstairs door was followed by the telltale stomp of Dudley's footfalls on the stairs. Harry winced, hoping that Snape wasn't easily awakened from whatever state he was in. Dudley stopped short at the sight of Harry on his hands and knees in the hallway. "You were, Mum, Harry got mud all over the house." He whined at the top of his lungs, but looked at Harry with a grin on his face. He loved to see his cousin in trouble, and Harry had just made it far too easy for him this morning. Harry quickly hid the blood-streaked towels in a plant by the front door while Dudley's back was turned, and he braced himself for a world of trouble at the traces of mud that were still left. No point in hiding, he figured, and resignedly waited for his summer to officially get worse. At least Uncle Vernon hadn't been home, he decided later while on his hands and knees cleaning and polishing Petunia's floor. His aunt was furious at him for traipsing mud through the house, and he'd received quite a wordy lecture. But while Vernon would have given him a firm, maybe painful, shake with an or else rant, Petunia had simply jabbed her bony finger into Harry's chest with a get to work now and clean this mess. Even so, he hadn't finished the weeding yet, and now he had to see to the floor as well. If he didn't get both done by the time his uncle came home, there would be hell to pay. Harry could feel his temper starting to rise at the unfairness of the situation, and it took all the willpower he possessed to fight it down. He didn't even know why he'd bothered to drag Snape inside in the first place. He hated the man. If he had an enemy other than Voldemort, it was most definitely Snape. Maybe he should have left him outside to clean up his own mess. He gritted his teeth and scrubbed another line of dirt from the hallway floor. Harry only had to wait an hour for Aunt Petunia and Dudley to leave the house. They didn't say where they were going, but that was okay with Harry. He never cared where they went, as long as they stayed away for as long as possible. As soon as he heard the car pull away, Harry opened the door to the cupboard under the stairs and stood back in case Snape had woken, realized where he was, and decided to kill Harry. Fortunately, Snape's limp arm fell from his side and hit the ground of the cupboard, attesting to his still unconscious state. Harry let out the shallow breath he'd been holding and pulled the man's shoulders, first out of the cupboard and around to the foot of the stairs. Not for the first time, he wished he were allowed to use magic during the summer. The stairs loomed above him, and his shoulder was acting up from where Uncle Vernon had continually jerked it these past few weeks. His headache, though not as pounding as when he'd first woken up, had never completely left. Nevertheless, he had to get Snape upstairs to his room, and he had to do it now. Harry figured he had a good few hours before anyone got home, but he was expected to be weeding that entire time, too. He sighed as he sat on the first step, hooked his arms under Snape's from behind, and scooted first himself, then Snape, up 1 step, 2 steps, and 3. He continued that way up the entire flight of stairs, and couldn't help feeling some satisfaction at how sore Snape's bum was going to be when he woke. By the time he'd pulled Snape into his bedroom, his shoulder was throbbing in beat with his head. One look at the bed, and Harry decided that Snape was staying on the floor. There was no way he'd be able to lift him onto the bed and still have enough goodwill left in him to see to his injuries. Not that he had much goodwill in him toward the potion's master to begin with. An image of Sirius rose in his mind, and a sudden wave of fury engulfed him. Harry knew that Snape was one of the main reasons Sirius had felt driven to charge off to the Ministry that night. If Snape hadn't taunted Sirius about his inability to help the Order, he might never have left the safety of his home to follow Harry. If not for Snape, Sirius might still be here. As one, loads of memories, both in and out of class, rushed through his head of the spiteful professor and his bullying ways. Harry felt the remainder of any good will abruptly leave. Hadn't he already done more than enough in bringing him up here? Not to mention that no thanks to Snape, Harry would be lucky if he ate at all today. and it's not like Snape would have a problem leaving Harry to die if the roles were reversed. "Ha, you probably draw up a chair just to watch me die," Harry exploded at the still unconscious man. "Well, you can just stay there and suffer for all I care, and believe me, I didn't care." Harry stormed out, feeling the tiniest bit avenged for the loss of his godfather and for years of ridicule and embarrassment. He could get rather used to a Snape who couldn't talk. His resolve faltered when he stared down at the staircase and hauled to a brand new trail of dirt spotted with blood. He closed his eyes against the pounding in his head and firmly decided that, revenge or no, he was having a very, very bad day. Chapter 2. An Inconvenient Conscience. The sun was hot on his skin, but the cool breeze more than made up for it. Harry lay flat on his back on the green grass, basking in the beautiful weather, and in that moment he couldn't bring himself to care how angry Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would be over how few weeds he'd managed to pull today. Cleaning up the stairs had taken so long that he'd already resigned himself to not being able to get enough weeding done to satisfy them. At this point, all he wanted to think about was how good the cool, fresh air felt on his lessening headache and the relief in his shoulder at a much-needed break from scrubbing and cleaning and picking and pulling. He felt almost happy. The almost part he blamed on the intruder upstairs in his bedroom. He didn't feel guilty for leaving Snape with his injuries. Not guilty at all, or so he kept repeating to himself. Why couldn't he just forget about him and be completely happy right now? It wasn't Harry's fault Snape had gotten himself into trouble after all, and Merlin only knew what help he thought he'd find at Harry's house. Serves him right, Harry said to himself, and shoved aside his nagging conscience. He closed his eyes tight against the sun and tried to think of anything but his unconscious professor. It turned out to be easier than he expected, for he was jolted out of his reverie in the next instant by a loud clatter in the street, followed by a piercing scream and the blare of a car horn. He jumped to his feet by instinct, reaching for his wand before he remembered that it was still upstairs. He cursed under his breath at the feeling of vulnerability, and he took stock of his surroundings. He could see that a car had crashed into a tree a few houses down. Nearby, a child's bicycle lay on its side in the street. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Where was the child? He ran. He had to help. He had to make sure they were okay. Was anyone moving in the car? He couldn't tell. Wait, there was something moving on the hood, jumping off, running away. Too small to be a person, more like a rat. Harry skidded to a stop just shy of the sidewalk. A rat warning bells were going off in his head. A rat. Harry had pushed the morning's vision to the back of his mind in the chaos of the day, but it came rushing back as he surveyed the accident scene more closely. Something about Harry, and a plan and Wormtail watching something. And Harry felt chilled all over as he recalled Voldemort's words. "We strike the next time the boy leaves the house." There was nobody in the car. No child near the bicycle. No one in sight, except for a few neighbors beginning to peek their heads around their doors at the commotion. His breaths were coming in short gasps now. Uncle Vernon had locked up his wand 2 days ago as a punishment for threatening Dudley. He had left the house, and he was defenseless. He spun around, fully expecting to see Death Eaters ready to snatch him or kill him or whatever strike meant to them. No one was there, but he wasn't about to push his luck. He sprinted back inside, deadbolting the door behind him. He forced himself to breath calm, deep breaths. What else had he seen in his vision? Voldemort had spoken of a plan involving Harry. Before that, he had been torturing someone. He'd called him a traitor. But the traitor had gotten away, apparated away just before Harry woke up. Snape's words came back to him then. His weak voice had trailed off, and Harry hadn't fully absorbed, or cared, really, what he'd been trying to tell him. Must not leave stay house. It was obvious now what he had been trying to vocalize. The only logical conclusion was that Snape had been found out as a spy and tortured. If he was in fact the traitor in the vision, he must have barely had enough strength left to run outside Voldemort's warded area to apparate away. And when he did, He came to number 4, Privet Drive. Professor Snape, after being thoroughly beaten and tortured, came to warn Harry, and now he was lying on Harry's hard floor, maybe still bleeding from untended injuries. The pangs of guilt he'd been trying to ignore came back in full force, joined with the horrible feeling of shame. Snape was in the same place Harry had left him, flat on his back, eyes closed. Harry knelt beside him, not quite sure what to do. He hadn't exactly been healer trained. He certainly didn't have any potions on hand. All he had were water, towels, and some pathetically small band-aids. Plus, the prospect of having to actually touch the dirty, greasy potions master didn't exactly have him thrilled. No matter the semblance of gratitude he might possibly have felt sort of, toward the man a few minutes ago. Well, better just get to it then. The head was a logical place to start. Harry bit back his aversion at touching the git's greasy head, forcing himself to quickly prod the back of his skull to feel for any bumps or cuts. That done, he gingerly dabbed smudges of blood from the man's forehead with a damp towel. Carefully removing the Death Eater cloak from the still body, he rolled it up as small as he could and tossed it to the farthest corner under his bed. Snape's clothes had stuck to the blood on Snape's skin, and Harry resorted to cutting part of his shirt with scissors. He sucked in a breath at Snape's dirt and blood-strewn chest and arms. The blood was mostly dry, but he couldn't tell where most of it had come from. The injuries actually weren't as bad as he had thought once he got the dirt and blood pretty well wiped off. Other than the bruises, Snape had several cuts and scratches along his arms, most of which Harry figured were caused by his escape through the brush and branches. A few deeper cuts on his chest were probably the result of torture curses, but they didn't look serious, as long as he could keep them from getting infected. Probably the main part of the damage had been done to his nerves with the Cruciatus curse, Harry guessed. He glanced over the rest of Snape's body. There was no way he was removing his trousers, he quickly decided. Injured or no, Snape would never forgive him for that intrusion. He'd kill Harry the moment he woke up. He still needed something to clean the wounds. He ran out of the room and returned with some rubbing alcohol from the bathroom cabinet. What now? Was he supposed to pour it over the wounds, or was he supposed to put some on a cloth and just dab it on? Or something else? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon hadn't been exactly generous in giving him medicine or seeing to his injuries growing up. So when it came to the Muggle way of doing these kinds of things, Harry was pretty much lost. He decided against pouring it directly on the skin. Aunt Petunia would be sure to notice if the whole bottle was missing. They counted everything after he was alone in the house. Rather than locking him in his room and chancing that odd-eyed freak finding out about it, they'd taken to keeping meticulous track of every item of value or of food in the house, both before they left and after they returned. Of course, after about a month with no sign of anyone from the Order, they weren't being quite so cautious about how they spoke to him or how many extra chores they handed out to him. Harry was actually surprised they hadn't taken to locking him in his room again. The main reason Harry didn't outright defy them was that he knew he might be stuck here at least another month, and it could get worse for him if he pushed too far. Harry poured some rubbing alcohol on his last clean towel. It didn't seem wet enough, so he poured some more and touched the towel to Snape's scratched arm first. Might as well start small. The arm twitched under his touch, startling Harry a little. He'd grown used to a still subject. He continued applying it to both arms and went on to his chest. The first cut was pretty deep. He should probably put a little more rubbing alcohol on the towel. He touched the wet towel to the cut, letting the excess liquid drip into the wound. Snape's eyes snapped open with a loud groan. He immediately pushed himself up, almost knocking into Harry, who scooted back quickly, upsetting the container of rubbing alcohol. He caught it up, but not before half its contents had spilled out onto the floor. He sighed. So much for Aunt Petunia not noticing. "Potter," Snape snapped, then immediately winced at the pain that caused. "What in Merlin's name are you doing to me?" he demanded, lowering his voice. His arms were trembling slightly from the effort of holding himself up. Other than that, he looked alert. His narrowed eyes darted around the room to take in his surroundings, and Harry cringed at how the small room must look to Snape. His old beat-up desk was the nicest piece of furniture on the bare floor, and threadbare sheets lined the one small bed. At least the professor couldn't see the bars on the window or the padlocked trunk from where he was sitting. Snape had to feel worse than he wanted to let on. The usually vigilant man hadn't even attempted to turn around to take in the rest of the room. Infection. Harry held out the bottle. It's a muggle way to clean cuts. Snape shifted his weight and snatched the bottle from Harry's hands. Rubbing alcohol, he sneered and scanned the back of the bottle before thrusting it back at Harry. I do not need some fool muggle potion. He looked around the room again. Where is Dumbledore? He demanded. He's not here, Professor, Harry spoke slowly, realizing that Snape must be confused. You're at my house, remember? You showed up on my doorstep. I do not have a memory problem, Potter, Snape snapped. You did owl him, did you not? I would think even a meager brain such as yours would have thought of that. Harry bit back a retort. He actually hadn't thought of it. Not that it would have mattered. I sent out my owl last night, to the Order, Harry added at Snape's narrowed eyes. I'm supposed to owl them every 3 days, and I told Hedwig to go to the Weasleys until I need her again. She likes it there, lots of room and hunting. Harry realized he was rambling and rushed to explain. Anyway, she won't be back for a couple days. Snape's glare was downright hostile. But you're awake now, sir. You can apparate or make a portkey or something. Snape gave him a look of pure exasperation. Look around, Potter. Do you see my wand? I cannot use what the Dark Lord has. An apparition, he snorted. Are you really so daft? Dumbledore made anti-apparition wards in and around this house the moment you moved in. In my weakened state, by the time I reached outside the wards, I'd never be quick enough to escape the dozens of Death Eaters who would have been instantly called the moment I stepped out the door. That must have reminded him of his initial purpose in coming there, because Snape leaned forward as much as he could manage. Potter, this house is being watched. You are not to leave under any circumstances. No outings of any kind. Do you understand? Nothing. I do not care in the slightest what parties you are planning to attend. Harry wanted to hand Snape a good hard curse for his superior authoritative tone, even if it did indicate he wasn't as injured as Harry had first feared. But this was his opportunity to find out about Voldemort's plan. Harry opened his mouth to interrogate Snape about what he knew and why Death Eaters hadn't grabbed him earlier when they'd had the chance. But before he could get a sound out, he heard the unmistakable sound of the front door opening. Harry sighed. Aunt Petunia must have seen all the unpicked weeds. Interrogation would have to wait. Listen, he rushed to explain, my relatives don't know you're here. If they find out, well, just stay in here, okay? And be quiet. They never come in this room if they don't have to. How surprising, Snape said dryly. Where exactly did you put me, the prison tower? He scowled at yet another glance at his accommodations. Just don't leave, okay? Harry repeated on his way to the door. I am not dying to explore your house, Potter. Go, he snapped at Harry's uncertain glance. I won't be leaving this room unless you put us all in danger by leaving this house. Harry shut the door as Snape slowly inched toward the bed. Boy, Aunt Petunia's voice was louder and shriller this time. Harry quickly replaced the rubbing alcohol on his way past the bathroom and took the stairs 2 at a time. If he was going to be yelled at, he wanted to be as far out of Snape's hearing range as possible. Aunt Petunia was waiting for him at the front door, her stance rigid at having to be kept waiting. Dudley shoved past him up the stairs with a box containing several new video games. Are you determined to be trouble today? Petunia demanded. First the mud, now this. She held up a soiled towel between 2 fingernails, far away from her body. Harry mentally kicked himself. He had forgotten about the towels he'd hidden in the plant earlier in the day. And you've barely even started on the weeds. Just you wait until Vernon gets home. Now bring in Dudley's new things and start working on the yard." She pulled open the door and gestured for him to precede her. "Well, don't stand there. Get going." Harry was glad he was just dealing with Aunt Petunia right then. She wasn't near as threatening as Uncle Vernon or Dudley, both of whom didn't have a problem at all with physical intimidation. Petunia hadn't laid a hand on him since he'd hit his latest teenage growth spurt, except for the occasional finger jab, of course. When it came down to it, Aunt Petunia was pretty much all talk. Aunt Petunia, I can't go outside right now." It was worth a try anyway. Aunt Petunia's eyes narrowed into slits. "What did you say?" In that instant, Harry decided that a version of the truth was actually something he could use in this situation. "Well, you see," he began, sweetly over-respectful, "that bad whiz, I mean, you know, that bad guy backing out to get me, well, he's got somebody watching the house, and if I go outside he'll know I'm home and come out of his hiding place and use." He dropped his voice to a whisper. Magic. That was probably enough to scare her, but he knew how to clinch it. "And then all the neighbors might see." Aunt Petunia slammed the door shut. "Be quiet. Do you want everyone to hear you?" she trilled. "Get these towels cleaned up." She shoved him further into the house, tiptoeing around to the living room to peer out the curtains, eyes wide. Harry grinned as he left the room. Aunt Petunia was so distracted by his story, he could probably wheedle some extra food out of her. After all, he'd have to feed Snape too, for however long he was stuck here. Ha! If Snape had sneered at his room accommodations, he was going to be even less thrilled when he saw what was on the menu. Chapter 3: Close Quarters. Harry watched Snape examine his soup as if it might come alive. The professor cautiously took a bite and promptly gagged. "Are you trying to poison me, Potter?" he demanded, pushing aside the bowl of canned soup and slice of bread Harry had managed to secure from Aunt Petunia. Harry wished Snape would just eat it. He didn't always get this lucky. The Dursleys weren't exactly starving him, but he still didn't know from day to day how much food he was going to get, and now with 2 mouths to feed. "I'll need clothes." Snape abruptly abandoned the topic of food and appraised Harry's thin frame, decked out in some of Ron's old hand-me-downs. "Perhaps those of your uncle." Harry smirked. "You've never met Uncle Vernon, have you?" Snape stared at him, his features impassive. Harry erased his smirk. "Never mind. His clothes wouldn't fit you is all. Some of Dudley's old clothes will have to do. They won't be your fashion of choice, but, well, they're clothes." He rummaged around in his wardrobe for something that wouldn't set Snape to sneering straight off. He settled on a button-down shirt that was a few years old so shouldn't be excessively baggy on Snape's adult frame, and a pair of trousers that would need to be held up with a belt but were still in pretty good shape. He handed both to Snape, along with a belt and some socks for good measure, then checked to make sure the coast was clear. "Aunt Petunia will be downstairs for a while. I don't know how long Dudley's new stuff will keep him occupied. You can use the loo to clean up and change. Just, try to hurry." Snape gingerly limped to the loo and closed the door behind him without a word. A few hours later, Harry stood in the kitchen watching water boil, not out of boredom, but with interest at the way it sort of mirrored real life. The way the bubbles started out so small, clinging to the edge of the pot, then rising and getting larger and more furious every second. Well, it bore a striking resemblance to the growing rage he'd seen on Uncle Vernon's face before Aunt Petunia had pulled him out of the kitchen to calm him down. Only a few bits of their conversation drifted back through the kitchen, but it was enough to reveal that Aunt Petunia was trying to talk her husband out of dishing some punishment out on Harry. Not for the sake of the boy, of course. No, of course not. It was because those freaks might find out. Harry felt a familiar rise of resentment toward the Dursleys. Would it have been so horrible for them to at least pretend to like having him around these past 15 years? It seemed the least they could do for Petunia's only sister's only son. But instead they had to lock him up in a cupboard for 10 years and literally behind bars the last 5. Not to mention the chores and the bullying. The more he dwelt on it, the more awful memories he recalled. The hum of the boiling water pulled him from his thoughts, and Harry welcomed the distraction of finishing dinner for the Dursleys. The methodical adding of ingredients, a little of this, a little of that, not so measured as in potions, helped him to clear his mind, something he sorely needed in this house. Dinner was not a chore that he was usually made to do. Aunt Petunia actually prided herself on cooking elaborate dinners for her dear, darling Dudley. But he'd seen the opportunity to avoid his room's current occupant, and despite Petunia's suspicious glances, had hastily volunteered to help. Not that he was apparently expected to entertain the man. After getting the necessary conversation out of the way, the professor had ignored Harry for the rest of the afternoon. Silent Snape was better than snarky Snape, but still if Harry had a say in the matter, he'd have voted for no Snape. Of course, Harry's reaction to the picture his professor made in his temporary outfit probably hadn't helped matters. The shirt wasn't so bad if you didn't count how worn it was, but the trousers were baggy, as Harry had suspected they would be, and they were far too short for the professor. He had looked so unsnapish. Harry hadn't hidden his snicker, despite Snape's narrowed eyes. In retrospect, Harry thought with mounting dread, perhaps he should have been a mite more careful in upsetting the man. Unless a miracle happened, he'd be sharing sleeping quarters with him for the next 2 nights. All sorts of sobering thoughts entered his mind about things that Snape could to do him in his sleep. Maybe the potion's master was at this very moment hatching some elaborate plan to pay him back for every small infraction over the years. Now completely filled with dread, he threw himself into having dinner on the table by the time a pale-faced Petunia and a purple-faced Vernon re-entered the kitchen. Fast on their heels was Dudley, who plunked down at the table and without further ado, shoveled in his food as fast as possible so he could get back to his interrupted video game. Oblivious as usual, he didn't have a clue that anything was amiss with the other 3 around the table. Harry felt the tension, but couldn't bring himself to care any more. Vernon and Petunia may be angry with him for potentially bringing wizards into the neighborhood, but as long as they were feeding him and staying a reasonable distance away from him, things would be fine. Their hatred was nothing new. Snape was the one he was worried about at the moment. The potions professor hated him and was intelligent enough to do more harm than mere physical intimidation or empty threats would accomplish. Unlike the Dursleys, who were more talk than action, he knew from personal experience that Snape, if properly provoked, wouldn't feel obligated to warn before striking. By the time he was sent back upstairs, he'd imagined dozens of possible ways for Snape to exact revenge tonight, each one more horrid than the last. For the first time in years, Harry wished he could stay downstairs with his aunt and uncle. Pausing outside his room, he took a deep breath, listened for any movement, and opened the door. The room was dark, but the outline of Snape's motionless form could be seen on the bed. Not willing to chance that he really had gone straight to bed, Harry pulled a flashlight from his desk drawer and inspected the floor. For what, he wasn't sure. He felt like when he was 5 years old, and one of Dudley's friends had told him stories about a monster that lived in closets. Harry had, of course, slept in a dark cupboard for years by then, and was really quite accustomed to it. But the idea had scared him so that for weeks he had nightmares of sharing the darkness with all sorts of terrible creatures. He'd foolishly hoped one time that going to Aunt Petunia would help. He'd learned long before then that he wasn't loved like Dudley was, but he'd seen her soothe her own son from bad dreams, and he was still young enough to believe that things might change. That one day he would wake up and the Dursleys would love him, give him hugs, and maybe even buy him presents. Aunt Petunia had yelled at him for waking her in the middle of the night and locked him in his cupboard for the better part of 3 days to help him get over his fears. Harry mentally shook himself from the memory. No use dwelling on the past, something he found himself doing a lot nowadays, ever since Sirius. No, he stopped himself from going there. Of all the things he shouldn't think about right then, his godfather topped the list. He forced his mind back to the inspection of his room, not allowing it to wander past finding anything harmful Snape might have planted for him. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he pulled out a few old shirts from the wardrobe to spread on the floor for a makeshift bed. Not used to turning in this early, he was nonetheless exhausted by the day's events. Before he could even start to clear his mind, he felt himself drifting into a restful sleep and the precarious world of dreams. The sky was clear above the Quidditch pitch, and Harry felt free, basking in the sun in midair. He was so relaxed, it took him a moment to remember he was in the middle of a Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Players flew in a maddening frenzy below him, and he pulled his broom higher so that they looked like bees furiously flying around their hive. He wondered, absently, if bees ever had wars like people did. A cheer rang out from the crowd as Gryffindor scored, and his thoughts shifted back to the game. Harry raised his arm in a silent cheer for his teammates and scanned over the pitch for the tiny, golden snitch. It sometimes took hours to locate the elusive snitch, but this time it took Harry only minutes to see a shimmering dart slightly lower in the sky than he was. He dove straight for it and reached out his hand. Harry stopped in mid-reach. He looked around. No one was there. He looked closely at the snitch, which hadn't moved. It hovered in front of him like it wanted Harry to catch it. "Hello," he tentatively asked the fluttering object. "Potter, wake up." Harry recognized the voice, now as Professor Snape's. Why on earth would a snitch be talking to him in Snape's voice? Harry reached out his hand once more for the snitch. Something unbelievably strong was compelling him to catch it. Something important would happen if he did. He just knew it. "Potter," Harry was practically jolted off his broom. No, wait. The broom was trying to buck him off. He held on for dear life. He had to catch the snitch. Ooh! A sudden burst of pain in his shoulder jolted Harry awake. Snape was sitting over him, shaking him. He stopped when he saw Harry's eyes open. Harry let out another yelp, this time in surprise, and scooted back toward the wall. The last remnants of his dream faded away. What in Merlin's name was Snape doing hovering over him as he slept? What was he doing here in the first place? Why wasn't he at Hogwarts? It came back to him then. He hadn't quite adjusted to being awake, but he remembered with some vagueness the events of the day before. "Now that you've decided to join the waking," Snape snarled, "you may go to your own room." Ha! Harry's brain was still fuzzy from sleep. What was Snape going on about? "Your own room, Potter." Snape spoke to him like he was a child, incapable of understanding simple details. "I do not need, nor do I desire, a nursemaid." With that, he pulled Harry up and shoved him out of the room in one smooth motion. Harry heard the click of the door behind him as he stood in the hall, still muddled from sleep and gently swaying on his feet. My own room. Didn't Snape know? Harry wasn't sure whether to feel indignant or embarrassed. Of course, Snape wouldn't have realized that was Harry's room. He'd never actually told him, had he? And to think, Snape had thought he'd slept on the floor. For what? To keep an eye on him. To keep an eye out for him. Harry felt his face flush. Well, whatever the reason, Harry's embarrassment would be compounded tomorrow if he didn't straighten this out right now. But more importantly, where else was he going to sleep? The Dursleys would have heart attacks if they woke up and found him sleeping in the hallway, or worse, on the freshly cleaned sofa. Feeling a strong sense of déjà vu, Harry took a deep breath, rapped softly on the door, and opened it without waiting for a response. He closed the door quickly behind him, no sense waking the Dursleys, and took a small step inside. Murder was written on Snape's face as he sat up on the bed, and Harry gulped. His room had never before felt quite as small as it did right then. "Do you have a hearing problem, Potter?" It was amazing, Harry thought, how such a quiet growl could seem so loud. "No, sir. IUH. Putting thoughts together was pretty hard when one was talking to Snape while half asleep, Harry realized. Your eloquence astounds me, as usual." The man rose to tower over Harry. His height alone actually wasn't as threatening as Harry remembered. Harry may be small for his age, but he was now tall enough that he didn't have to tilt his head too far back to meet his professor's furious eyes. Black eyes filled with hatred and violence. Those eyes were more threatening than anything else about the man. "Need I detail for you, Mr. Potter?" he spat. "Just what I am capable of doing to your miserable existence if you persist in tormenting me with your presence." "No." Harry's ire was rising, and he clenched his teeth to stop himself from saying something that would put him in an early grave for sure. "I think I get the picture, sir." Snape's eyes flashed fire. "Good, get out." Harry braced himself for war if it came to that. "This is my room. Yow get out." "I am not laughing, Potter, and I am in no mood for whatever adolescent prank you've concocted. I will have you know I came here to save your miserable self, a fact which I already sorely regret. Now," he grabbed Harry roughly by the arm, "get out." But his last two words didn't have exactly the intended effect, for as soon as Harry's arm was jerked, he let out an involuntary howl of pain. He quickly, firmly, clamped a hand over his own mouth to keep himself from making more noise, and forced himself to listen for the sound of footfalls in the house. Harry hadn't realized just how stiff yesterday's sore shoulder had become after his night on the hard floor. Snape had jarred it earlier, but now it hurt like hell, and Harry couldn't think of anything save the excruciating jabs of pain running through his shoulder and down his arm. He slumped against the nearest wall, holding his arm tightly against his stomach. He willed himself not to cry, not in front of Snape. For a long moment, Harry tried to get his ragged breathing under control. His eyes were shut tight, even as the pain slightly subsided. Snape had stopped talking, and Harry wasn't eager to see the man's reaction to his display. No doubt he was deciding on the best comment to make at Harry's expense. Something about poor delicate Potterer his propensity for attracting trouble, at the very least. Harry finally regained his composure and stood, forcing his arm back to his side, though it still throbbed. His eyes searched for something to focus on other than Snape. Trying to draw attention from what had just happened, Harry continued the conversation. "I'm not lying." His voice sounded strained even to his own ears. "This is my room. Look, there's Hedwig's cage, see, and my school trunk. And here," he shuffled over to the desk and used his good arm to pull a small book from the drawer. "Hermione gave me this. It has pictures in it of me and my friends." Snape didn't respond, and Harry chanced a swift glance his way. The older man was watching Harry with narrowed eyes, just watching him, nothing else, or more like studying him, actually, like one might study an insect. Harry shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. "So, you see, I can't leave. I don't have another place to sleep, and I don't have any other place where you'll be hidden from my relatives. So, like it or not, we're stuck sharing this room until Hedwig gets back." He tried to sound forceful, and he cringed as his voice came out more pitiful than intended. Snape finally spoke, but it wasn't to acknowledge Harry's short speech. "Your shoulder is injured," he stated simply. His tone wasn't harsh, but nor was it gentle. He was simply stating a fact. Harry blinked. It wasn't like Snape to point out the obvious. "It's fine," Harry rasped out after a moment and ducked his head, his facing flushing again. "I'm fine." "Don't flatter yourself." Snape's biting tone was back, and he finally moved from his spot to step closer to Harry. "I couldn't have the slightest concern for you or what caused this injury. My concern, such as it is, has to do with being berated by the headmaster for harming his precious golden boy. It would not benefit me to have him reach the assumption that I either injured you or knew about it, and did nothing." Harry stared back at him, embarrassment fading before blurting out, "I find it really hard to believe that would keep you awake at night." Snape scowled. "I would rather not be kept awake all night by your antics, Potter. Take off your shirt." "What?" Harry backed up, arms wrapped around his middle. "No, I don't need your help, and I'm sure as hell not letting you prod and probe me." "Just do it, Potter. The sooner you comply, the sooner we both can get back to sleep." Snape made a move for him, which Harry managed to dodge, ducking to the opposite side of the room. Snape tried once more and caught Harry by the back of his shirt, attempting to force it from his back. Harry squirmed, trying to get away from his professor's grasp, and kicked out his legs. One of them connected with something hard, and he heard Snape gasp before Harry was shoved to the floor without warning. "You don't want my help, so be it. It will be entirely my pleasure to see you suffer." Snape stalked over to the bed and lay on his side with his back to Harry, snapping the sheet over his shoulder before lying still. Harry rubbed his bum where he had clumsily landed. For someone who was supposedly concerned with seeing to his injury, he fumed. Snape certainly didn't seem to mind causing another. Seething and not about to turn his back to the man, Harry lay back down on his pile of shirts and glared at the professor's back, imagining the use of every harmful and torturous curse about which he'd ever heard. He hated Snape. That was the one thing in his life he knew with absolute certainty would never change. Chapter 4. The Art of Interrogation. Harry woke with a crick in his neck and, groaning, pulled his hand up to massage his sore muscles. He never thought he'd actually miss his hard, lumpy mattress, but it was a far sight better than the much harder floor. The events of yesterday and the early morning had played over and over in his dreams, and he felt no better rested than he had several hours ago. A glance at the bed showed Snape still sleeping. "Glad one of us is able to have a decent night's sleep," he thought bitterly. The rising sun outside Harry's window gave him cause to get a start on the day. It was a weekday, after all, and Aunt Petunia would expect his help with breakfast before Uncle Vernon left for work. Best not to give either of them an excuse to come looking for him in his room. That thought alone propelled him out of his makeshift bed and to the loo to get cleaned up. Breakfast passed in a blur for Harry, distracted as he was by the night's events. His hatred for his potions professor had churned in his heart during the remainder of the night, and now his stomach felt like it was in knots, and there was an awful heaviness in his chest. It was a horrible feeling, one that Harry didn't particularly like. At some point during his and Petunia's food preparation, Vernon and Dudley had entered the kitchen and were waiting to eat. Harry quickly put the rest of the food on the table and sat down in his usual place. They ignored him, of course, and Petunia was already going on about how proud she was of her brave, darling Dudders. Harry had learned at the beginning of summer that because of his fluctuating size, Dudley's school recommended that he be involved in more than one athletic program over the summer. Today that meant swimming in the morning and boxing in the afternoon. Harry found himself wondering, not for the first time, if Dudley actually did anything on those teams of his. He sure hadn't slimmed down this summer. The food didn't hold any appeal for Harry just then, but he did manage to sneak his portions off his plate and into a plastic container he'd swiped from the kitchen drawer. Vernon and Petunia didn't even notice, so focused were they on promising Dudley a new stereo system if he went to swim practice today, his least favorite activity. Harry held in a snicker at the image Dudley would make trying to stay afloat. He'd probably already scared some poor kid into thinking a real, live whale was roaming their swimming pool. That image alone lightened Harry's mood considerably. Finished and wanting to get a start on the after-meal cleaning, Harry moved to clear his dishes from the table. He was stopped by a hand on his wrist from the opposite side of the table, and an upward glance showed Vernon attached to that arm, a fierce gleam in his eyes. "Not so fast, boy. We have a thing or two to discuss before I leave for work today." Vernon's voice was mostly calm, an unusual occurrence when talking to Harry. This might have worried Harry under normal circumstances, but today it only caused his already upset stomach to become slightly more unsettled. Dudley left the table then to get his things for swim practice, and Petunia stood from her chair also, pausing only long enough to issue Vernon a brief warning glance before following her son from the kitchen. Harry remained perfectly still. He didn't know what to expect, and he sure wasn't going to do anything that might provoke his uncle, especially if Petunia was about to leave them alone in the house together. He couldn't quite bring himself to be grateful to his aunt for her recent role in keeping Vernon from dishing out his worst punishments, but he didn't want her to stop, either. "Now you listen here, boy," Vernon started in what he probably considered his most intimidating voice. Harry couldn't help but notice that compared to his early morning confrontation with Snape, a master in the art of fear and intimidation, Vernon came across sounding more like a sullen bully who hadn't gotten his way. Not totally unintimidating, but still, there were ways to get around mere bullies. Harry should know. He'd grown up with Dudley and his gang. Vernon continued his lecture to Harry, his voice rising. "I don't care what you fooled Petunia into believing, and I don't for 1 minute buy your story about more freaks in the neighborhood. I see right through your attempts to avoid your chores, and it is going to stop right now, you hear?" Vernon had half risen out of his chair during his speech, leaning forward with both hands on the table. Harry recognized right away it might be better for him if he could keep his uncle's temper from rising further. There was more at stake here than a few lousy chores, after all. He felt a chill go up his back at the thought of being forced outside by his uncle, only to be captured and killed by Death Eaters. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he forced himself to speak respectfully. "I'm sorry for worrying Aunt Petunia. I'll do my chores." He took a deep breath. It was easier figuring out how to word things just right when talking to his aunt than it was with his uncle. Only, I was telling Aunt Petunia the truth. "Sir," he tacked on that last bit, just in case it helped. "There are people out there watching for me. You don't have to worry, they're not after you or anything." That was a thought Harry hadn't considered before. They wouldn't hurt the Dursleys to get to Harry, would they? He pushed that aside for later consideration and rushed on so Vernon wouldn't have time to consider those implications. "But if they see me, I'm pretty sure they'll make a scene. No point in mentioning they most definitely would kill him, too. That would probably make Vernon all the more eager to send him outside." Vernon didn't look placated. If anything, he looked more angry. "That's enough lies. You listen, and you listen well. If I get home and find those weeds have not been pulled, you'll find out just what a scene looks like." Standing by now, Vernon glared furiously at Harry, clenching and unclenching his fists. But all he did was take one last swig of juice and head for the door. He turned back once more before heading completely out the door, and looking Harry straight in the eyes, he put his best intimidation voice back on, yelled, "Or else," and stormed away, feet pounding on his way out of the house. Harry sighed. That was about the extent of what he could do right then. He was so tired. "Well," he dryly considered, "I may as well invite Voldemort for a cup of tea. Why leave him out? Everybody else who despises my existence is already here." He dropped his head to the table and sat that way for several endless minutes while he considered his options. He couldn't go outside, that was for sure. He still didn't know what Voldemort was planning, but he was certain from his vision and the crash that Snape was telling the truth. Oh yeah, the crash. He hadn't had a chance to think about the crash much, though he figured it was probably a setup to get him away from the house. But it puzzled Harry. Why go to all that trouble to stage an accident when Harry was already outside? And he'd been here all summer, and they hadn't tried to get to him yet. Why try now? Also, Harry thought with a shiver, how long had Voldemort known where he lived? It was no use convincing himself that he didn't. It was obvious that he did. And if Snape knew that Voldemort knew, wouldn't the Order? Where were they? Weren't they guarding the house like they were last summer? And what wasp planthet had Voldemort feeling so triumphant? Most important to Harry, how did it involve him? Harry felt like his head would explode with questions if he didn't get some answers, and soon. Unfortunately, he had only one source of information, and he wasn't too eager to tap into that source. Weighing his options, however, there really was little contest. He hated the idea of being in the dreadful man's presence, but he hated being kept in the dark even more, and he hadn't forgotten his first occlumency lesson with Snape last year. There had never been any love lost between them, but he still remembered that Snape had been the one to finally give him some amount of information when no one else had. Hoping that a food offering would help loosen Snape's lips, he brought a glass of water and the container of food back to his room. Cleaning up could wait. His relatives had left him alone in the house again, and Petunia and Dudley wouldn't be back from swim practice for a couple hours. When he opened his door, he stopped short at the sight of a very awake Snape thoroughly examining Harry's room. The wardrobe was wide open. Both desk drawers were ajar, and even the mattress on the bed had been turned upside down. Upon noticing Harry's entrance into the room, Snape ceased his inspection of the window and, crossing his arms, stood up straight with a look of determination upon his face. Harry didn't even have a chance to ask what was going on before Snape sharply demanded, "What is this, Potter? What are you trying to prove?" Harry stood in the doorway, still holding the food and water, but now thoroughly puzzled. "Sir, I don't understand." "This, Potter," Snape gestured all around them. "The room, the bars on the window, the locks. There is an entire line of locks on the door of this room, all latching from the outside, and a smaller door within the door, the purpose of which I can only deduce is for the passage of food." Snape paced the floor, not looking at Harry any longer, eyes roaming over the entire contents of the room. "There is no need to explain the padlock trunk. You never do your summer homework up to par, so it really is no surprise that you would lock your books away from sight while you idle away your summer. Or is there something other than books in that trunk?" He stopped his pacing to give Harry a piercing stare. "What are you trying to hide, Potter?" Nothing." Harry was taken aback. He'd been so focused on getting back to his room to question Snape that he hadn't expected an interrogation going the other way. With everything else on his mind, he'd almost forgotten his worry over the man's perception of the bare room. Finding no more response forthcoming from a speechless Harry, Snape continued his tirade. "And the wardrobe!" He reached in, grabbing a handful of clothes and throwing them at Harry's feet. "Not a decent pair of clothing amongst these rags, if that is even a proper description for these things." Snape's face had twisted into a disgusted grimace as he held one of Dudley's old trousers far away from him before throwing it atop the pile of clothes on the floor. He stalked over to Harry then and towered over him just as he had the night before. "Out with it, Potter. Now, what do you hope to gain by passing this prison cell off as your bedroom?" Harry didn't know what to say, so he stuck with the truth. "This is my bedroom. I'm not making anything up, I swear. And while we're at it, might I remind you that, summer or no, I am still your professor. You will address me as Sir or Professor at all times. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." Harry set his lips in a thin line. "Good," Snape's eyes said he felt anything but truly satisfied. "Now tell me the truth, Potter." "I'm telling you the truth, sir," Harry exploded. "I live here. This is my room. My room. It's not much, but it's mine, and thanks a whole heaping lot for messing it all up. It's really—" "Respect, Potter," Snape interrupted, infuriated. "I expect for you to speak to me with respect, even when lying through your teeth." "Sorry. Thanks a whole heaping lot for messing up my room, sir." The two glared at each other across the small space. Harry knew Snape wasn't going to back down, but he wasn't about to let the greasy git win, either. The battle of wills turned into a battle of glares, and Harry gained a new appreciation for the old Muggle saying, "If looks could kill." He'd bet anything Snape's glare had killed someone during his lifetime, probably some poor Hufflepuff first year. Snape finally broke the charged silence with a low, angry hiss. "I do not appreciate being lied to, Potter. You will tell me the truth now." His quiet, menacing words were more frightening than any yell would have been. Harry disliked a great many things, but being called a liar when he was telling the truth was one of the worst. He matched Snape's quiet tone, though his lack of practice didn't render him quite as intimidating. "I've already told you the truth, Professor. My aunt and uncle put me in this room because they hate my guts, just like you do. They put the bars on the window. They put the locks on the door. Anther padlocked my trunk so I wouldn't be able to touch any of my magical things while under their roof. Those are my clothes, too, My cousin's cast-offs, because I'm not important enough to them to buy new clothes for. Don't you get it? I'm not the spoiled, pampered prince you think I am. I'm just Harry, the burden my relatives never wanted. He ended his tirade yelling at his professor. Snape threw up his hands. You're delirious, Potter. I have no patience for these games or your pathetic teenage angst. If you insist on living like a pauper in your own self-pitying make-believe world, by all means, continue. You'll get no sympathy from me. He noticed the food and water Harry still held. I presume these are my rations. Snape snatched both from a still fuming Harry, sloshing water out of the glass in the process. My sincerest gratitude. He sneered insincerely and sat down at the desk to eat, his rigid back to Harry. Well, it was just fine with Harry if Snape was done talking. Harry had had quite enough, thank you very much. His quest for answers forgotten, he left the room with the intent of getting as far away from Snape as possible. Again. It was amazing, Harry reflected several hours later, how something as mundane as cleaning could calm one's nerves. He'd been on edge for so long that it was kind of nice to pour his nervous energy into washing, dusting, and polishing. Upon discovering that it actually made him feel better for once, he had attacked his chores with vigor, and already those that didn't require him to step foot outside were just about done. He took a break to peer out the window for any suspicious activity. He hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary on the other half-dozen occasions he'd looked, but that didn't stop him from looking again. The scene outside the window was so incredibly ordinary. The sun was bright in the sky, and a light breeze ruffled the leaves on the trees, making it the perfect day for several of the neighbor children to play in their yards. Harry could see nothing menacing about the calm, happy scene. No Death Eaters lurking in the shadows, no enemies ready to pounce. He had returned to cleaning by the time he heard the sound of Aunt Petunia's car pulling up to the house, followed soon after by the bang of the opened front door. Glancing up, he saw Dudley pound up the stairs with a large package in his arms. Harry continued working, knowing that his aunt liked him better when she could see him accomplishing something. Well, she didn't like him better, really. If anything, it was maybe that she disliked him a little bit less. By the time Petunia made it through the door with a bag of groceries in hand, Harry had finished the living room. She stood for a moment, looking at him, before moving toward the kitchen. Come, help me put the groceries away. Aunt Petunia wasn't talkative, but she kept sneaking glances at Harry as they worked in the kitchen. He wondered what she was thinking. Was she still worried about there being wizards in the neighborhood? Or, Harry felt mounting dread, did she know something about Snape being here? Maybe she heard them last night. He guessed the only reason the Dursleys either hadn't heard them in the night or hadn't bothered to check on him was because they were used to his occasional nightmare. Vernon used to bang on his door every night he made a peep, but Harry supposed that once it started happening more and more often, the Dursleys learned to tune it out. That, or maybe Vernon finally realized that threatening Harry wasn't doing any good. Now he was worried. What if Petunia, the slightly less confrontational of the two, had heard them? She was also more observant than her husband, which admittedly wasn't saying much, so if she heard, might she have realized there were two voices? Well, he sure couldn't ask her. Whether she had or hadn't heard, she obviously hadn't said anything to Vernon. He'd have stormed right in there and demanded Snape out of his house. Harry wasn't sure if the picture of Uncle Vernon trying to intimidate Snape with his, or else, it was funny or frightening. You're done here, boy. Petunia's neutral voice cut into his thoughts, startling him. Go on to your room until dinner. I don't need you underfoot all afternoon. That said, she turned back to the pan she had taken out and began cutting ingredients for what looked to be the beginnings of a stew. Harry's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten much at breakfast, and the smell of food made him realize just how much of an appetite he had worked up from cleaning all morning long. Aunt Petunia, he chanced cautiously. She turned her head, eyes just the slightest bit narrowed. Harry cleared his throat. It's almost noon. I was wondering if I might have a bit to eat. She only paused a moment before removing a jar from the pantry door. Here, now go. Harry examined his prize on his way up the stairs. It was a small jar of canned peaches. Not bad, but he doubted it would satisfy his hunger for long, either. He hoped Snape had enough in his stomach to last until after dinner, because he really didn't want to have to share. Snape was sitting up on the bed, seemingly deep in thought, when Harry re-entered his bedroom. The man didn't look up or otherwise acknowledge him, which was just fine with Harry. The room was still in disarray. Snape hadn't made a move to clean up any of the mess he had made earlier, and Harry figured that based on what he knew about the rigidly organized and structured potions master, he'd probably left it that way just to spite Harry. Settling down on the pile of shirts that had been his bed the night before, Harry got to work opening the jar. It took some doing, as it was sealed tight, but he finally unscrewed the lid and deeply breathed in the scent of peaches. He grinned in anticipation. Lacking any utensils, he picked out one slippery wedge with his fingers and popped it into his mouth, savoring every bite. He continued this way for several minutes before he noticed Snape watching him with what could only be described as disgust. Harry looked down at himself. He hadn't spilled anything. What was Snape's problem? He wiped his sticky hand on a shirt nearby, and Snape grimaced. So that was it. The devil inside Harry grinned. He stuck his fingers back in the jar, careful to get as much of the peach juice on his hand as possible, and slurped a wedge into his mouth. Making sure to slop it around a bit and open his mouth wide a few times between chews, he wiped his hand back on the shirt, then on his own for good measure. Snape's disgusted features had morphed into something akin to nausea. Harry was fully enjoying himself by the time he finished his last bite and slurp, though Snape had looked away by then. No matter. He knew Snape could still hear him. Harry smacked his lips loudly, one last time before setting aside the empty jar and settling in for what was sure to be one long afternoon. Chapter 5. The Walls Have Ears. Harry was bored. He was totally, utterly, completely bored. Altogether, entirely, perfectly, thoroughly bored. Fully, wholly, exhaustively. He was running out of words to describe how bored he was, but at least the thinking of those words had taken a few more minutes out of his boring afternoon. Sighing, he turned over onto his stomach and watched the only moving thing in the room, Snape. The man was sitting on Harry's bed, where he had been during most of the afternoon, not once saying a single word to Harry. Snape had only moved once, and that had been to grab Harry's one muggle pen from his desk and some parchment from a small stack Harry kept in the back of one of the desk drawers. He was now scribbling something on one of the parchments, several full sheets stacked face down on the bed beside him. Every now and then he would stop, concentration etched into his face, before starting up again with furious scribbles. Through his boredom, Harry noted that the sound of Snape's scribbles clashed with the beat of music coming through the walls from Dudley's room. Sighing again, he turned back over to study the ceiling. Usually when he was stuck in his room for hours, he would occupy himself with writing letters to his friends or practicing his spells, without a wand, of course, or looking through his parents' album or reading his book about Quidditch teams throughout history. But Snape was already using the pen and parchment, which ruled out letters. There was no way he was going to get up and prance around practicing spells like an idiot with Snape watching him. And maybe it wouldn't matter since the professor should be gone tomorrow, but he didn't want Snape to know about his hiding place under the floorboards. It was his own secret place. Some of the things he kept in that hiding place were simply too personal to take out with his most hated professor there. Sighing once more, Harry turned back over onto his stomach and sighed again. Letting out his own sigh of pure exasperation, Snape broke the silence. If you're so bored, you could try to come up with something productive to do. Homework, perhaps. He shot a pointed look at Harry. If your summer months are always this entertaining, I wonder that your homework never shows more than 10 minutes of actual attention. Ignoring the barb, Harry turned over onto his back and sighed again. After a moment, he heard Snape's scribbling resume. He had actually reached the point of boredom about an hour ago, after he'd finally given in to the only thing around to keep him occupied, tidying the room. He had righted the few items on and in his desk, even straightening his chair and Hedwig's cage, and thrown the clothes he wasn't using as a makeshift bed back into the wardrobe. He didn't bother folding them neatly, other than a few items Ron had passed on to him. But he had finished the task of straightening his room, and even trying to come up with ways to irritate Snape without outright getting himself killed had grown old. If only he could go outside. There was a park nearby, and he really, really wanted to sit on the grass with the sunshine on his face. But no, Voldemort had to take away the freedom of the outside world. The Dursleys had to make the house uninviting, and Snape had to fill his bedroom with his dark presence. Wasn't life just grand? His thoughts turned back to the reason he wasn't allowed outside. Voldemort's plan. Rolling yet again over to his stomach, Harry set his eyes on Snape. The information he wanted to know lay inside that dark, greasy head, but how to extract it? Maybe if he were a Legilimens, he wouldn't have to ever talk to the Git again. Well, but Snape was also an expert at Clumens, so never mind about that fantasy. Best stick with the direct approach, then. Professor. He couldn't quite bring himself to speak with respect, but he thought he'd done a fairly decent job of at least keeping his voice even. Snape paused in his writing, but he immediately continued with no other acknowledgement that he had heard Harry speak. Professor, Harry tried again, finding it slightly harder this time to maintain an even tone. Prof. I heard you, Potter. Or have you not noticed that we are the only two people in the vicinity? Harry managed to hold back a glare. Getting his questions answered depended entirely on Snape's willingness to answer them. You warned me yesterday to stay inside, sir, that the house was being watched. Harry looked at Snape, expectant for more information. After a moment, the professor spoke. That is correct, Potter. I am thrilled to know that you do occasionally listen to the spoken word. He poised his pen to continue to write. Not about to be deterred, and determined not to get his hackles up, Harry persisted. What does that mean, sir? Who is watching the house? Death Eaters. What do they want with me this time? Why now? And... Potter, Snape tossed his parchment to the side, and Harry halted his tirade of questions. Snape didn't bother to stop a glare of his own, but at least now he acknowledged Harry's purpose. We are at war. Yes, Death Eaters are watching the house. They want what they have always wanted. To eliminate any threat you represent, and thus come that much closer to winning the war. Why now? Now is as good a time as any, I'd say. There, go back to doing something other than interrogating me. No way was Harry about to be put off after getting his attention so far. They want to capture me or kill me. Capture me, then kill me later, just because I'm me, or does Vald? Harry switched his verbiage upon Snape's murderous look. Does you want something else with me? Does he have some kind OFER plan? Snape's eyes narrowed so that Harry could barely tell they were still open and leaned forward, thunder in his quiet voice. What do you know about any plan, Potter? Nothing, sir. Something stopped Harry from telling Snape about his vision, though he wasn't sure why it would really matter. Snape already knew everything Harry had seen, after all, right? Just the same, he averted his eyes in case Snape tried to legitimize him. It's just that. Every other time he's been after me, it was because of some plan. First year, he wanted the stone. Second year, it was the whole thing with the diary. Fourth year, he was after my blood. And fifth year, so I'd find the... Harry left off here, not sure how much Snape actually knew about the prophecy. He wasn't going to be the one to fill him in, if he didn't already know. Well, Harry continued, his eyes still averted, you know, he's always got some plan. I guess I'd just like to know if he's finally decided to kill me straight off, or if there's some other reason he's after me this time. He chanced to look up, still careful to keep his voice even. Do you know? Sir. Surprisingly, Snape didn't appear to be angry. He had a calculating look on his face, as if he was sizing Harry up for, well, Harry wasn't sure what for. He waited a few long moments for Snape to say something. He didn't dare breathe too loudly, for fear the older wizard would decide not to answer his questions. Snape finally began to speak, almost as if he were teaching a lecture in potions class. The Dark Lord has returned to power, Potter. He has regained his strength, and then some. He is no fool. He recognizes that if he is going to best you, he will have the most likelihood of succeeding while he is at full power, and you are still, for all intents and purposes, a child. Harry frowned in indignation at that term. He was 1 day shy of 16, after all. But he quickly schooled his features, willing Snape to continue. He was glued to his professor's words, eager to learn as much as possible about anything having to do with Voldemort and the war. As to your question regarding plans, Snape paused before continuing, now in full professor mode. The Dark Lord is a master of plots and plans, Potter. He may be fully focused on his end goals of blood purity and personal power, but never fool yourself into thinking that he intends to reach those goals in a single giant step. Everything he does is in some way a preparation for reaching his ultimate goal of dominance, and could have long-term ramifications for the methods with which we choose to fight him. He looked back at an eagerly listening Harry and frowned, as if remembering who he was speaking with. Hence, when you ask what plan is involved in his renewed efforts to capture you, even a brain as minuscule as yours must have a measure of understanding that the answer is quite simply not that simple. Okay, all right, I get that, sir. Harry was eager for more. But how about his immediate plan? Say he captures me, what then? Does he just want to kill me right away to get me out of the way, sir? But the informative Snape of a few moments ago had gone, leaving behind the increasingly irritating man Harry was used to dealing with. Enough, Potter. If you want to question someone, question the headmaster. I have already told you what you need to know. Don't get captured by the Dark Lord. No, Snape exploded, eager to get rid of Harry's questions once and for all. No, of course he does not want to simply kill you. Why should he, when he has found a much greater use for you alive? If you allow yourself to be captured this time, it could very well mean the end of any possible recourse against him. And before you ask me why, allow me to tell you that it will not tell you. Bother someone else with your inane questions and juvenile concerns. No more, Potter. Snape was upon him before Harry could process that he had moved. The professor had him by the collar of his shirt, and their faces were now inches apart. He felt Snape's breath on his face as he whispered in a dangerous tone, "No, more." Snape released him, and Harry righted himself before he lost his balance. Snape resituated himself on the bed, his black curtain of hair hiding his face from Harry's view. Harry lay back down to consider what he had learned. Boredom not an issue now that he had Snape's words to consider, he lost himself in his thoughts. The silence of the room was broken only by Snape's furious scratching of pen to parchment, and the sound of music still drifting through the walls from Dudley's stereo. The last hours of the afternoon passed much as the first few had, except that Snape had by then filled every piece of parchment he could find in the room, and looked as completely bored as Harry had felt earlier. The usually active man had paced the room for a while before sitting on the bed, only to get immediately back up to stand near the window. Whatever he found to amuse himself outside didn't appease him for long, for he soon returned to sit on the bed. Finally, he lay down, presumably to try to sleep. Harry liked it better when Snape was staying in one place. This constant motion back and forth around the room was making him jumpy. He supposed he could go downstairs for a while. He had already heard Aunt Petunia leaving with Dudley for his afternoon boxing practice. Vernon could be home at any time, though, and with how upset he had been already before leaving for work, and the fact that Harry hadn't minded him about the weeds, he didn't think he should upset him any further by being caught roaming around the house in their absence. Just then, as though his thoughts had made it reality, he heard the sound of a car pulling up, followed by a car door opening and slamming closed. Uncle Vernon. Had to be. Petunia and Dudley wouldn't be home for another hour at least. Harry nervously listened to the sounds his uncle's footsteps made on the walkway in front of the house, Then the sound of the door opening and closing. Vernon's heavy steps faded somewhat. They had gone in the direction of the kitchen. Another minute passed before Harry heard footfalls on the stairs. He tensed as they came closer to the second floor and his own room. His every sense was attuned to Uncle Vernon's movements. He hadn't called for him. That must be a good sign. Maybe he hadn't noticed that Harry hadn't followed his orders from the morning. Maybe he would keep on walking. Boy! Two hard raps on the door startled Harry into a sitting position, and with a glance at his bed, he saw that Snape was likewise sitting up in bed, having been jolted by the unexpected interruption to his too brief nap. His eyes were trained on the door in annoyance. Harry scrambled up and over to the door, motioning for Snape to stay hidden. Snape, despite his visible annoyance, lay down on the bed, arranging the sheet around himself and his clothing in such a way that to a casual observer it might just look incredibly messy. Harry was grateful that he hadn't had to explain himself to get Snape to cooperate. The professor probably just didn't want to have to deal with muggles while he was stuck here, especially muggles related to Harry Potter. Whatever the reason, he had complied, and that's all that mattered. Harry sucked in a breath and pulled open the door with the intent of getting out into the hallway before Uncle Vernon had a chance to come in. Before he could get so far as to inch out, he was yanked by the arm, thankfully by his good arm, so he only let out a startled gasp and pulled out into the hall to face a very red-faced Uncle Vernon. Despite his surprise, Harry tried to close his bedroom door completely behind him where it stood ajar, but Vernon yanked him back to face him with even more force. Ooh, Vernon was angry. So angry, in fact, that he didn't seem able to form words. His face was already purple, and Harry didn't see how it could get any more so, and yet it was growing more alarmingly purple by the second. Harry figured he'd better say something fast before his uncle literally exploded and he got blamed for it. Uncle Vernon, about the weeds. Aye. The sound of Harry's voice apparently helped Vernon regain his steam, for he interrupted right away. You ungrateful! Vernon took a deep breath and then roared into Harry's face. Freak! He released Harry and shoved him away, but his bulk still blocked the stairs. I warned you, boy, didn't I? Didn't I warn you? I said pick those weeds, plain as day, and I even gave you a second chance for Petunia's sake. Don't hurt the boy, she says, like those freaks you associate with might find out. Well, I know what's what, boy. I know what you're doing. Putting off chores, you are, plain and simple. Harry listened to Vernon's tirade, trying unsuccessfully several times to cut him off. As much as he didn't want to be punished with more chores or no food, his every thought was focused on the knowledge that they were still next to Harry's open door, and there was no way that Snape couldn't hear everything that transpired. Vernon hadn't said anything near as awful as he could so far, and Harry preferred to keep it that way, no matter what dignity he may lose with his uncle. He tried again as soon as he saw his uncle pause to draw a long breath. Uncle Vernon, I know I didn't do the weeds, and I'm really sorry. Really, I am. I'll make it up by doing anything else in the house you want. I could help Aunt Petunia with dinner again tonight, he offered hopefully. Oh, no, you don't, boy. You're not getting out of it that easy, Vernon growled, a big heavy growl like a bear before mealtime. You're going right back down there to finish the weeding, and when you're done with that, you can cut the grass. And when you're finished with that, you can trim the hedges and water the plants. I don't care if it takes you until tomorrow morning, you'll do it. With that, Uncle Vernon grabbed him again, this time by his sore arm, and Harry couldn't help letting out a yelp as Uncle Vernon dragged him toward the stairs. He struggled despite the pain, needing to be let go. He escaped his uncle's grasp and stumbled to the floor. He jumped to his feet right away, inching back from his uncle's threatening stance. I swear I wasn't making up why I can't, Uncle Vernon. I seriously can't go outside. It's too dangerous. Dangerous, dangerous, Uncle Vernon was shouting now. You useless boy, just like your useless father you are. Never did anything worth anything his whole life, and then up and got himself killed. Probably did it just to get away from you, too, so we'd get stuck with the likes of you. I can't count how many times I should have up and tossed you out on the streets, but Petunia would have none of it. Well, she's not here now, boy. She's not here to make sure I don't do something your kind wouldn't approve of. Well, I'm not scared of you or your stick-waving or your freaky-eyed friend. Right now it's you and me, and you're going outside right now. Uncle Vernon, please. Harry hated that it came out sounding like he was begging, but he'd already found out arguing wouldn't work. He just needed to get his uncle to stop his ranting and let him be. He was starting to feel sick to his stomach, not knowing what else might come tumbling out of Vernon's mouth. Look, I can owl my headmaster. He'll explain things to you. He'll tell you all about the dark wizards and how I... He didn't bother finishing his sentence, for with one look at Uncle Vernon's face, he knew he'd crossed the line with mentioning anything having to do with the wizarding world. Vernon's face was that horrible purple color again, and all he could vocalize were a few sputtered words. Why you, how dare in my house? Harry barely had time to process Uncle Vernon's raised hand before his head was thrown back by a sudden, hard slap. The force of the surprise blow knocked him off balance, and he stumbled onto the floor where he sat, sprawled out, completely dazed. He didn't even register the pain, so shocked was he at being hit. Uncle Vernon hated him, sure, but he didn't usually hit him. Well, not like that, anyway, he thought, recollecting the occasional slaps Vernon had dished out before Harry had started at Hogwarts. A glance up showed Vernon looking wildly around, as if afraid that wizards would suddenly come out of the woodwork. He actually looked a little scared. When nothing happened, he grabbed for Harry, who was too shocked to fight, and dragged him to his feet and toward his bedroom door. You don't want to do your chores, fine. Seeing how you're not good for anything else, you can just sit up here and rot for all I care. And you can do without food, too, until you come to your senses. Maybe, Vernon hissed at Harry, pulling him back around so that they were nose to nose. Maybe I'll get lucky, and you'll starve to death. Vernon shoved him back into his room, slamming the door immediately behind him. Harry stumbled on his feet and dumbly watched the door as the sound of lock after lock reached his ears. Vernon, having turned the last lock, stomped his way to his own bedroom and slammed the door. Harry involuntarily jumped. His face was stinging now. Touching his fingers to his lips, he winced, and a glance at his hand confirmed that the coppery taste inside his mouth was blood. There wasn't very much, really, but the cut on the inside of his lip still hurt something awful. He ran his tongue over his lips and moved his jaw around a bit, concluding that nothing else seemed hurt. He turned back to his bed and came face to face with Snape. Oh, Merlin. He'd been so shocked by Uncle Vernon's fit of rage, he'd forgotten all about the man who had been the forefront in his mind only moments ago. His stomach dropped, and he could feel his face growing hot with humiliation. He couldn't think of anything to say, so he just stared. Snape stared right back, his features controlled and unreadable, before jumping suddenly to his feet, which startled Harry into stepping back into the wall. But Snape simply walked to the window, and when he got there, he turned around and walked back. He looked at Harry at his cheek and repeated his pacing. Harry wished he could sink through the floor. Or, if that wasn't an option, he at least wanted to go to sleep and wake up to find out this was all a dream, that Professor Snape had not just heard what Harry knew he'd just heard. Snape stopped his pacing then, right in front of Harry. You weren't lying, he finally stated, his eyes calculating despite being tinged with something else realization, or was it surprise? About any of it. Were you Potter? Those eyes trained on Harry, waiting for a response. Harry hadn't come any closer to being able to form words. He really didn't want to be here. He wanted to get away. Away from the Dursleys, away from Snape and his questions. He couldn't take it. He had to get away. But he was locked in. Locked in with Snape, of all people. There was nowhere to run. He forced himself to breathe. Snape, of all people, had to witness the humiliation he suffered daily from his relatives, and it had to be the time Vernon decided to be especially nasty. If he knew Snape, It would be all over Slytherin by the first day of classes, and all over the entire school by the second. The damage was already done, and nothing Harry could say would change that. Harry shoved at his professor in his rush to get out from under his assessing gaze. If he could only get away from Snape, he could sit on his pile of shirts and wait for Hedwig to arrive so he could get Snape the hell out of here. But the larger man wouldn't budge. He blocked Harry, maneuvering so that the frazzled teen was trapped into the corner near his door. Harry swallowed against a feeling of rising panic. He'd faced Voldemort, he reminded himself. He could face inquiry by his own professor. Somehow, that didn't help very much, he thought, as he looked back up into Snape's determined eyes. "Answer me, Potter," Snape demanded. "What is going on here? Is this normal treatment by your uncle? Does Dumbledore know about this?" Despite Snape's rapid-fire questions, Harry couldn't tell what was behind them. Surely Snape wasn't concerned about Harry. He couldn't detect anything that seemed like concern in the man's expression. It seemed more to Harry like he was about to figure out a puzzle, or that he'd come across a new puzzle that needed to be solved. Well, Harry hardly wanted to become Severus Snape's new puzzle to solve. That sudden rise of indignation helped him to find his voice. "Thank you for your concern, Professor," he grated out. "But seeing as how you're not my head of house or school or anything, I think I'll pour my heart out to somebody else." It actually came out a little harsher than he'd planned, but he couldn't bring himself to regret it. He was feeling a desperate need to get out of that corner. To Snape's credit, he didn't raise his voice, nor did he insert any venom into his steady speech. "I am your professor, Potter, head of house or no. What is going on in my student's home is off my concern." Harry gaped before he felt a twinge of pain in his lip and promptly closed his mouth. Since when would Snape be concerned about his home life? It was laughable, only Harry didn't feel like laughing. He knew Snape didn't actually care, of course, and he wasn't about to give up any more information for the whole Slytherin house to gossip about. "Thank you, sir, for your little display. I'll make sure to mention it to the headmaster so he can be properly grateful. But like I said, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather bother someone else with my juvenile concerns." He threw Snape's words of the earlier afternoon back in his face and shut his mouth in a firm line. Snape's face remained unreadable, though he nearly imperceptibly narrowed his eyes. Then, surprisingly, he stepped back, allowing Harry freedom from his corner, and sat on the edge of the bed. He sat there only a moment before switching topics so suddenly that Harry felt slightly disoriented. "You want to know about the Dark Lord's plan concerning you," he stated, in a rhetorical question sort of way, though he waited for a response. He looked at Snape suspiciously, answering with a hesitant, "Yes." The potions master sat on the bed calmly, as if they were discussing nothing more serious than the weather. "Might I suggest an exchange of information? I will tell you what you desire to know, and in exchange you will answer my questions. A question of yours for a question of mine, let's say." Harry considered, taken aback. He wanted to know what Voldemort was up to, badly, but Snape was the last person on Earth he wanted to tell his secrets to. On the other hand, between the room, Harry's earlier outburst, and what Snape had just overheard, he didn't have much more to hide, did he? "All right," he accepted hastily, despite his increasing trepidation. His curiosity was too great to let him pass up this opportunity to acquire the information he craved. "It's a deal." Harry couldn't read the gleam in Snape's eyes, and hoped to Merlin he hadn't just made a horrible, awful mistake. Chapter 6, Voldemort's Plan. Snape crossed his legs and motioned for Harry to sit. The hospitable gesture struck Harry as way too odd, considering this was Harry's own room. Nevertheless, he sat, though not in the desk chair Snape had indicated. He'd rather sit on his semi-comfortable pile of shirts on the floor. Maybe it would feel less like a formal interrogation if he wasn't directly across from Snape in an actual chair. His fingers found a loose thread from a shirt in the pile as he leaned up against the wall, and he gratefully fiddled with it while he waited for Snape to begin. He wasn't exactly sure how this was supposed to work. Had he made a mistake agreeing to this? Now that he had committed himself, would Snape let him not answer a question if he didn't want to? The man couldn't know all the right questions to ask anyway, right? Harry didn't even know what would be the right questions for Snape to ask. Snape looked cool, calm, and collected, the direct opposite of what Harry felt like at that moment. Even so, Harry didn't have the slightest guess what the man was thinking. He looked as if he had slipped into spy mode or something, like he was carefully controlling what he allowed others, Harry, in this case, to see. Clearing his throat, Snape explained the rules of the game. I will ask you a question, Potter. You will answer it thoroughly and to my complete satisfaction. Then you may do the asking. If I am not convinced that you have answered my question truthfully or completely, I will in no way answer yours. Are we clear? Harry didn't speak, just nodded. He twisted the thread around the tip of his finger. Snape leaned back a bit, settling in. First question, Potter. Where is your wand? Harry had braced himself for the inevitable questions about Uncle Vernon, and at this unexpected first question, he drew his brows together in confusion. His wand. Snape had passed up on the obvious to ask about Harry's wand. All right then, Harry could do with an easy question to start. It's in my trunk. He gestured toward the padlocked item and sat up straight to ask his own question. Not so fast, Potter. Snape held up his hand. I said a complete answer, did I not? Explain what your wand is doing locked in your trunk. Harry felt a wave of, well, Slytherin roll over him. That wasn't part of your question, sir. I thought it was one question each, he dodged. He felt certain Snape was going to fight him on that, but for some reason the man conceded. Very well. Continue, he invited, waving his hand in a falsely gracious motion. Harry felt smug. He had just out-Slytherined the Slytherin. Maybe he would enjoy this a bit after all. Not about to let Snape get to steaming or something that might end their arrangement, he rushed on to ask the question he had been dying to know since he'd begun thinking about his vision yesterday. What is Voldemort's plan? He leaned forward, eager for Snape's response. Thedok Lord, Potter, Snape hissed. Ask it again correctly this time. Sheesh, what is you-know-who's plan? He asked again. Fine, he would play this game as long as it gave him answers, but he wouldn't give Voldemort the courtesy of calling him what his followers called him. World dominance. Explain what your wand is doing locked in your trunk. Wait, you didn't answer my question. Harry was indignant. Snape simply shrugged. The Dark Lord's plan is to ultimately achieve world dominance, Potter. If you wanted a different answer, I suggest you ask a more specific question next time. Now, explain. Harry was even more incensed now. You haven't asked a question yet, sir. Snape's exasperation was starting to show. He brought his fingers up to rub the bridge of his nose. Potter, he snapped, and then, with a deep breath, started again, more calmly than he obviously felt. I can see my previous explanation of this process was not adequate. Allow me to begin again. He lowered his hand. I will ask you a question. It may come in the form of a question or in the form of a statement. I trust you will be able to tell when a response is expected. Harry had the feeling that if Snape were inclined to eye-rolling, he would have right then. As it was, he merely continued, his words slightly more enunciated than normal. I will ask a question and demand explanation until I am satisfied that mitre pitch has been reasonably covered. Allow me that courtesy, and you may do the same. However, do the simple service to both of us of starting your questioning with an inquiry that does not require a full month to adequately answer. Okay, all right, Harry huffed. Sounds fair, he then conceded in a more civil tone. Good. Now, why is your wand in your trunk? Snape deliberately arranged his query in the form of a question, an edge of sarcasm to his tone. Harry stopped suddenly at a faint thump down the hall and waved at Snape to keep quiet. He watched the door, listening intently for any sign that Uncle Vernon was on his way back. He heard another thump, followed by the slam of Vernon's bedroom door and his heavy footfalls back down the stairs. At the sound of the car starting up, Harry jumped up and over to the window in time to see Vernon's car leaving the driveway. He had no idea where he could be headed, but just knowing that he was gone for a little while longer gave Harry a feeling of relief. He padded back over to his seat on the floor. What was the question? Oh yeah, the wand. He raised his head to answer the question, only Snape was just looking at him with another one of his inscrutable expressions. Harry decided to ignore it. "Dudley and I aren't exactly the best of friends," he began. "Oh, Dudley's my cousin," he explained, not sure if Snape actually knew that. "Anyway, we were in the kitchen a couple days ago, and he said something I didn't like. So I sort of pulled out my wand and threatened to turn his hair into feathers if he didn't take it back." He sneaked a glance at his professor. "I wouldn't have done it, though. I mean, I know about the underage restriction. I'm not stupid enough to chance getting expelled over something like that." Nothing in Snape's face indicated that he was going to harp on it, so Harry continued. "So, Uncle Vernon sort of walked in and saw me with the wand, and he took it away and locked it in my trunk. I think he was afraid I might actually curse Dudley," Harry explained, even while wondering why in the world he was defending Vernon to Snape. He straightened. "Am I done?" "Nearly," was Snape's response. "What did your cousin say to warrant a magical threat?" Harry fixed his eyes on his thread, winding it around a different finger. "He was just ragging on me." Snape waited for more, to which Harry sighed. Snape had better be this forthcoming with his questions, Harry silently groused. "I talk in my sleep sometimes. Loudly. Dudley's heard me before other summers. This time was about serious," he admitted. "Very well, Potter. Your turn." Finally, Harry leaned forward. "What does you know who, want with me?" Snape gave him an exasperated glare, to which Harry threw up his arms. "I don't know enough Toch more specific than that. Just give me something to go on, okay?" He watched as Snape considered how best to answer him. "He wants you for your blood," he finally stated. That was not what Harry had expected Snape to say. His blood? What did that even mean? Do you mean he wants to kill me?" "No, it is to his greatest benefit to keep you alive for the time being. I mean precisely what I said. He wants your blood," Snape explained. "As I stated earlier this afternoon, the Dark Lord has been gaining strength steadily ever since his return to power little more than 1 year ago. I believe you remember the potion he used in that instance." Harry nodded. "Then I need not remind you that your blood was a key component in that potion." Harry nodded again. Something happened as a result of that potion that even the Dark Lord did not expect. He surpassed his previous strength of abilities. He became capable of far more than he was even during the previous war, and he has determined that it was the use of your blood in the potion that allowed his power to grow. For a reason upon which one can only speculate, the connections between the two of you do not end in the mind. The interaction of your blood with his, I've never seen anything like it." Snape paused, no doubt lost in scientific thought. Harry couldn't last more than a few seconds before clearing his throat in an impatient ploy to bring Snape back from whatever potion-centric world of his mind he'd drifted off to. Fortunately, Snape continued. "The Dark Lord wants to capture you in order to acquire as much of your blood as possible without yet killing you. He now believes it is the way by which he will rise to ultimate power." Indeed, Snape contemplated seriously, if he is correct, and if he succeeds, there may not be an army of wizards on Earth that can stop him from reaching his ends. Snape allowed Harry to soak in that last thought before continuing with his own line of questioning. "The trunk, what else is in there?" It was harder for Harry to shift gears than it had been for Snape, especially after what he had just learned. He couldn't help a feeling of bewilderment. How could the man possibly expect him to abandon the important topic of himself and Voldemort to talk about his school trunk? Well, he reminded himself, the sooner he played along, the sooner he could ask his next question. And considering how informative Snape was being, he was not about to give up now. The trunk, right, he thought aloud. Well, my wand, obviously, my school robes and books, pretty much all of my stuff that has to do with magic, which is most everything, actually, he frowned to himself. The lock is your uncle's doing. Yes. And how long have those items been locked from your sight, other than the aforementioned wand? Since I got back here for summer holiday, Harry answered, eyes on his hands. He was back to twisting the string, which was just about to break into two pieces. After Moody, he stopped, realizing he'd just brought up one more thing he'd have to explain. Moody and some of the others kind of threatened Uncle Vernon at the train station at the beginning of summer to leave me alone. So when we got back to the house, Uncle Vernon said the only way he'd feel safe enough letting me roam about the house was if all my magical stuff was locked away. I managed to sneak out a few things, including my wand for a while, anyway. I take it your relatives dislike magic? Snape questioned carefully. Harry let out a short, bitter laugh at that understatement. His thread finally broke apart, and he threw one half to the ground, still twisting the other. They like things to be normal. Magic isn't normal, he explained simply. To them, I mean, he rushed to explain, not wanting his own views about magic to be misunderstood. He cast questioning eyes on Snape, hopeful that he had said enough to be able to ask another question of his own. At Snape's slight nod, he dove right in. This plan to get me and my blood, Harry shuddered, saying that out loud was kind of creepy. You said he wanted to keep me alive. I don't get it. Why take the chance of me getting away? Why not just kill me and take it all? For several reasons, Snape began right away. Harry wondered if he, too, was eager to answer so he could get back to his own questions. This is a new revelation to him. He does not yet know what other uses you may present to him. As for the blood, as long as you are alive, you will keep producing more of it. He does not know yet how much it will take to reach his maximum power. It would hardly benefit him to kill you only to learn that he needed more. Right. Harry racked his brain for something else to ask on topic so he could get more information before having to wait his next turn. How does he plan on keeping me then? Alive, I mean, without escaping. Does he have some magical dungeon somewhere? Some Frankenstein-type lab, so he can strap me up to a table or something. Snape looked a little confused at that last bit, but he didn't ask for clarification. A potion, Potter, he answered, entering Professor mode. A potion has been developed which will allow your body and magic to function regularly while keeping a leash on your mind. Similar to a sleeping draught, only both far more potent and far less likely to lure your body into a vegetative state, as would most definitely be the case with the overdose of a sleeping draught. A potion, he felt chilled at a sneaking suspicion. By been developed? You mean Thaddeus developed it, don't you? For me. Snape's steady stare confirmed the answer to that question. Oh, was all Harry could say. He didn't understand why he wasn't enraged at that. Of course, it didn't really fall out of the scope of what things Harry had imagined Snape might do in Voldemort's service. He felt another chill at the horror of being placed under the influence of a potion like that, to be living, but not really living. Ahem! This time it was Snape clearing his throat for Harry's attention. I do believe it is my turn. Harry wasn't sure if he was imagining it, or if Snape had looked the slightest bit uncomfortable. But whatever he'd seen in the man's eyes was gone in an instant, so he really couldn't be too sure. If your school books are locked in that trunk until September, how do you intend to do your summer homework? Harry dropped his thread altogether. Wait a minute. I'm asking about the war, and all you want to know is what's in my school trunk and when I'm going to get my homework done. What is this? Some kind of joke? Snape quirked a brow. Joke. I would have thought you'd be thrilled, Potter. Or would you rather I find something else to ask? I am sure I can adequately satisfy your desire to be more invasively questioned. I'll cram the weekend before classes start. Harry took the hint and answered the question. Unless I get out of here before then. Last summer I got to stay at headquarters for the last few weeks, and a couple summers ago I got to go to the Weasleys. If the headmaster lets me go somewhere else again, then I could do it there. Of course, he reflected, not sure why he was venturing to be quite so honest with his professor on this particular topic. I guess in the past I've been a little, excited to be anywhere but here, so homework hasn't really been the first thing on my mind. Really, I'd have never guessed. Snape's dry comment lacked any vindictiveness, which Harry found really, really odd. He was, after all, discussing the lack of effort in Harry's homework, something Snape historically liked nothing more than to point out with malice. You are forbidden to do your schoolwork here, then. Well, yeah, Harry said honestly. They haven't always locked up my trunk, though, so before I could sometimes get my stuff out and work on it in my room after they were all asleep. Snape fell silent then, as if Harry had given him something greater to ponder than the state of his summer homework, as if he'd discovered a piece of the Harry Potter puzzle. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He was starting to feel really weird talking with Snape like this. They hadn't even argued for most of the time they'd been talking, and he resisted the urge to pick a fight just so they'd be on familiar territory. Instead, he got up to stretch. He hadn't been sitting for too long, but he felt like it had been for ages. His bad shoulder was starting to scream at him again, though at least the other one was only slightly sore. He paced a bit, letting his mind wander back to Snape's revelations. He figured he should take advantage of Snape's silence to think about his next line of questioning. He tried not to let himself overthink what he had just learned, which was already a great deal, but there were loads of questions still on his mind, and he needed to figure out the best way to get them out before he got too caught up in thinking it all through. He wanted to know more about Voldemort's plan. Now that he knew what it was regarding Harry, what was the whole story with them watching the house? And he wanted to know about Dumbledore and the Order. What were their latest developments, and what were they up to lately in response to Voldemort's increasing threat? Or wait, that led to another question. Does Dumbledore know about this, and the Order, about him and me? You know, the whole blood thing, Harry blurted, suddenly needing to know. Snape was looking up at him, but he must have been deep in thought, as it took him a moment to answer. Yes, I have kept them apprised of the situation. What they do not know is that, as of yesterday, the Dark Lord has resumed his attempts to capture you. He had been giving you a wide berth as of late, waiting until the optimal moment. The optimal moment, Harry prodded. He needed to be certain that everything was in place prior to retrieving you. Snape's focus returned completely to the conversation. This plan is too important to him to allow any room for error. As the most arduous item was the potion that I was creating for him, we had hoped to lead him to believe that the potion was not of a formulation that would allow quick preparation. That was easy to do. He would never suspect that the potion, which was difficult to develop, was actually quite simple to brew. It was to buy us several more weeks, by which time the headmaster would arrange for your secret early return to Hogwarts. You would have been guarded, of course. We had counted on the Dark Lord to plan his capture of you within that 1 week window. So something went wrong then. Snape sneered, his first since the conversation began. Yes, something went wrong, he bit out, his words laced with sarcasm, though Harry couldn't tell if his biting tone was directed at Harry or at himself. My allegiances were discovered. After the Dark Lord knew that I had betrayed him, it was only a matter of some effort to gather my findings and assign someone else to brew the potion. 1 hour. With the proper ingredients at their disposal. That is all the time even someone moderately skilled in the art of potion making would require to brew it to completion. Harry thought back to his vision of Snape writhing in pain as Voldemort had cast the Cruciatus curse, of Wormtail coming up to him. He wondered if those papers the rat had given Voldemort had anything to do with Snape's potion. Maybe, if that was the only thing keeping him from going after Harry. Taking Harry's quiet reflection for the end of his questioning, Snape wasted no time starting in with his own, and Harry realized he had apparently exhausted his supply of easy questions. Is the scene I overheard indicative of the usual exchanges between you and your uncle? This was the type of question he'd been expecting in the very beginning of their conversation. He sourly wondered if maybe Snape hadn't given him simpler questions at the very first on purpose. He was by now so caught up in hearing Snape's informative answers that he didn't want to stop them by not answering something himself. It didn't help that he felt off balance by the general lack of outright hatred Snape was letting show. Harry still didn't believe for one second that it was gone or anything, just that Snape was playing a part to get what he wanted. Still, knowing that didn't make the situation any less weird. Even though his opinion of the man was unchanged, it was harder to be cheeky when Snape was purposely not egging him on. Should I rephrase the question? Harry looked up, halfway hoping to see a familiar snide face to put normalcy back into their exchange. But Snape's features were neutral, his expression saying he had meant the question exactly as stated. Harry took a breath and let it out slowly. He likes to yell a lot, that part's spot on. The other part, Harry couldn't quite vocalize what they both knew he was referring to. Not really. I mean, he hasn't, you know, for years. He brought his hand to his cheek, holding in a wince. It still wasn't all that bad, really. It wasn't as if Vernon had punched him or anything. It was just a slap. Feeling how it was still sore, though, Harry figured he'd have a bit of a bruise for the next few days. He has hit you before then. Snape apparently had no qualms about saying it out loud. Harry shrugged, studying the floor, hoping against hope that Snape wouldn't press for an actual answer. No such luck. Snape simply asked again, in a different way. You claim that he hasn't hit you for years. Obviously, then, hit us in the past. Explain. He settled back into his seat. One of his hands was shaking a bit, and he willed it to stop. I don't. I mean, what is there to explain? Sure, all right, he has. He hates me, and he's never been exactly shy about letting me know. What else is there to say? Snape studied him, an odd expression in his eyes. If Harry didn't know better, he'd think Snape was a bit unsettled. Ha, not likely. He amended his absurd thoughts about the rigid potions master and focused on the next question directed his way. Does the headmaster know how you are treated by your relatives? Harry shrugged again, then elaborated when a look at Snape confirmed that he wasn't going to accept that in response to his question. He knows they don't want me. I've never talked to him about specifics, so I don't know if he knows everything, he said honestly. Not that I think it would really matter. He knows I hate it here, and he sent me back anyway. For my own good. He said the last part bitterly, though he guessed he had come to accept the headmaster's reasoning, albeit grudgingly. If he really was protected from Voldemort in this house, well, he guessed he could try to be mature enough to understand that there were worse things that could happen to him than being stuck with the Dursleys. Well, it was possible that there were worse things anyway. Snape gestured, indicating to Harry that it was his turn. Last question, Potter. For now, he added firmly when it looked like Harry might protest. I do believe we have each gleaned sufficient information for proper consideration. We may continue later if we are in agreement. Harry slowly nodded, part of him actually feeling kind of relieved. He could think of loads more questions to ask, but he was pretty exhausted from all they'd discussed about both Voldemort and the Dursleys. He guessed he really could do with a break. This made him think hard about what questions he really wanted answered now, and he settled for focusing on an immediate concern. Okay, so then is Wormtail the only one watching the house, or are there others? Are they taking turns or something? Snape pierced him with a stare, suspicion lacing his voice. How do you know that Pettigrew was assigned to watch? Oh, oops. He hadn't thought about the fact that Snape hadn't told him that part, and he still wasn't ready to discuss his vision. So instead, he explained in fair detail the accident he'd seen the day before, the car, the bike, the rat jumping off the hood. I saw the rat and remembered what you'd said, and I just figured. Snape still looked suspicious. Harry could tell he didn't really believe that was all there was to the story, but he answered Harry's question without bringing up more of his own. The Dark Lord will likely have only one person on watch at a time. He has other schemes to keep himself and his followers occupied. The individual on watch will, however, call others instantly to their side if they see you about to leave. But I did leave. That's what I don't get. I was outside and they had a chance to get me, and they didn't. Why? Snape leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes, apparently finished with the conversation. The wards, Potter. They extend to the edge of your aunt and uncle's property. As long as you are within those boundaries, they cannot touch you. Snape's eyes popped open, and he fixed a warning glare on Harry. You are not to take that to mean wandering the yard is permitted. Warded or no, once you are outside the front door, all available followers of the Dark Lord will be called and waiting for you to set 1 foot too far. An insignificant accident is not the only method they have at their disposal to try to lure you from safety. He glared at Harry until satisfied that he had properly understood, then leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes once more. Harry did the same, mind reeling from all that he'd been told. In light of all that, he couldn't help thinking of the prophecy again. How was he supposed to defeat Voldemort if he really was even more powerful than before? What hope did he have against all the plots and schemes and means at Voldemort's disposal? It all seemed so daunting. The earlier boredom was a distant memory as silence spread over the room, both wizards lost in thought. Harry barely registered the sounds of first Aunt Petunia and Dudley, then Uncle Vernon, arriving home again, nor did he pay attention to the fading light outside his window. He finally lay down, his growling stomach barely registering through the multitude of thoughts running through his mind. Sleep eventually claimed him, all of his cares drifting away as he found himself transported to a familiar surrounding, the landscape of peaceful dreams, high above a Quidditch pitch on his broom. He soared high above the frenzy of players below him, and he felt free. But he at once had the nagging feeling this wasn't the first time he had been here, that there was something important he hadn't been able to do before. A snitch was fluttering before him. Catch the snitch, he thought. All other worries vanished, and he felt happy and determined. He just knew something important would happen if he could only catch the snitch. Chapter 7. Catching the Snitch. Harry's eyes shot open and blinked into the darkness of his room. It took him a moment to realize that something had woken him. A sound, but what sound? He didn't hear anything now. In answer to his question, a low hoot drifted through Harry's bedroom window. He grabbed for his glasses and jumped up and over to the window, alert in anticipation of seeing his one summer friend. And even his sleepy mind remembered right away that seeing Hedwig was the first step in getting rid of Snape. The darkness seemed just a little bit brighter to Harry as he looked through the window to the affectionate eyes of his snowy owl. "Hey, Hedwig," Harry whispered, grinning wider as he saw why she hadn't edged through the window he always left ajar for her. Behind her in the moonlight were 3 more owls, all with brightly wrapped packages. Hedwig carried the largest of all, a square box wrapped in shimmering paper. He glanced at the clock to confirm. 12:17. Today was his 16th birthday. Just knowing that his friends had remembered, it gave him a warm feeling inside. He had been in fairly constant contact with Ron and Hermione this summer, but not being able to see them was always hard to get used to in the summers, after almost daily contact throughout the school year. Getting something more than a letter made it feel like his friends were just a bit closer. Hedwig was inching in now, and as soon as she and her package were through the bars, Harry relieved her of her burden. He noticed right off that the paper he'd thought was shimmering was actually decorated with tiny objects moving swiftly across it in every direction. A closer look in direct moonlight revealed tiny Quidditch players flying and dodging and chasing each other around the paper. He tore his delighted eyes away to gather the rest of the packages from the owls, by now completely through the window and surrounding Hedwig's cage. Thankfully, there was still enough water in Hedwig's cage to satisfy all four. Harry quickly grabbed some owl treats, keeping careful watch on the still sleeping Snape, lest the man find out about his hiding place beneath the floorboards. With all four owls occupied and resting, Harry sat with his bright packages and took his time deciding which to open first. He loved this feeling, and he closed his eyes, pretending for a moment that the people he loved the most were there with him, celebrating his birthday. His hungry stomach rumbled at the telltale smell of Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking, and he could almost see Hermione, and the Weasleys gathered around telling stories and playing games of chess and exploding Snap. He smiled as he wondered what stunt the Weasley twins might pull for everyone's amusement. Not able to stand it any longer, he grabbed one of the boxes from the small pile and opened the letter attached to it. His eyes strained to read the letter before he gave in, with a look at Snape's sleeping back, and reached for the desk light. He did his best to shield it from Snape and let out a breath in relief as a full minute went by and the man didn't stir. The letter was written in Fred's hasty scrawl. "Happy birthday. As our favorite investor, we're giving you first look at our newest and greatest invention. No one knows about this yet, so keep it quiet, especially from our mum. Fred and Joy." Curiosity piqued. He tore open the small oblong package as quickly and as quietly as he could and emptied the contents into his hand. There was a small paper attached to what looked to be a regular pair of reading glasses. Harry wrinkled his brow in puzzlement. He was sure the Weasleys wouldn't consider a plain old pair of reading glasses their greatest invention. He turned over the small paper and read the short instructions. Weasleys, Wizard Wheezes, Wall Watcher. Directions: place glasses on bridge of nose and secure to ears. Warnings may cause dizziness. It is recommended to close eyes until glasses are fully in place. Use sparingly. Object is not intended for extended wear. Limitations: will not achieve same results with greater than one wall thickness. Does not counteract wards. Will not operate on objects not fastened to a wall, floor, or ceiling. Harry couldn't resist. He removed his own glasses, closed his eyes, and secured the reading glasses onto his face. He opened his eyes slowly, directing them at the note, now blurry. Amazingly, though, the note began to come clear. Self-adjusting glasses. Harry was pleased, though he still didn't quite get it. Why would the Weasleys send him a pair of wizarding glasses? Putting the note aside, he looked back to the rest of his presents and opened his eyes wide. They were floating in midair. Wait, they weren't the only things floating. There was nothing underneath him, either. Startled, he felt all around him and was relieved to touch the solid ground. But he couldn't see it. Looking down, there was only darkness, but glancing up, he could see the night sky clearly through where his bedroom wall and ceiling should have been. The hum of nocturnal insects reached him with perfect clarity. Alarm forgotten as the sight awed him, he grinned. A pair of glasses that would let him see and hear between walls. He thought of a ton of uses for it. If he was ever at headquarters again, maybe he could find out what went on in those order meetings. And while here, he could look at the stars while in his bed at night, and he could see out into the hallway to make sure the coast was clear whenever he wanted out. Well, at least, that would help when the door wasn't locked. He removed and put them back in the box for safekeeping, putting his own glasses back into place. He could hardly wait for his new present to come in handy. Harry reached for the largest present next, not able to resist the brightly wrapped package. The tiny Quidditch players were still zooming around all sides of the box, and as he watched, two players collided, sending up an outcry from both teams. Harry stifled a laugh until he realized they had stopped play and were starting to argue amongst themselves, loudly. His attempts to shush them weren't doing any good, and he looked around for something to muffle them with. His hand was halfway to picking up one of his shirts when he felt, rather than saw, a certain pair of eyes on him. He warily lifted his head. Sure enough, Snape was propped up on his elbow in bed, staring at him with those coal black eyes. Eyes that were clearly annoyed at yet another rest being disturbed by a member of this household. Eyes that were now drifting from Harry to the packages, on the floor, to the open window, and finally to the 4 owls perched on the desk. Snape abruptly sat up. "How long have these owls been here?" he hissed. "They just got here," Harry whispered, busying his hands with draping a shirt over his present. The players instantly quieted down. He directed his focus back to Snape and the professor's clearly disbelieving glare. "Well, maybe a few minutes ago," Harry admitted, bracing himself. Snape looked about ready to explode, but instead he reached for the pile of parchment he had penned the day before and snatched up the top sheet. Rolling it up, he grated through his teeth. "I have been waiting nearly 2 days for your owl to return so that I can post a message to Dumbledore. After everything I detailed to you yesterday, and the time-sensitive nature of this war, would it not occur to you to wake immediately upon its return?" Without waiting for a response, he stalked over to the desk and handed the note to Hedwig, clearly the most fit and rested of the owls. "Take this to Albus Dumbledore," he ordered. "Deliver it directly into his hands and do not leave until he has read it." Hedwig hooted and left right away, clearly having sensed the urgency of the missive. Snape turned to survey the room, eyes resting once more on the small pile of presents. "What is this?" he questioned, his stance rigid. Harry felt a weight settle on his chest. Snape was the absolute last person on Earth he wanted to share his birthday with, even under normal circumstances. But everything they discussed the day before came rushing back to him, and he felt his face involuntarily heat up with mortification. How could it have seemed all right at the time to admit his childhood woes to Snape, of all people? What had he been thinking? But it was too late now to go back and change things. And right then, with Snape staring down at him and Harry mulling over every detail the man had gleaned about him, even the thought of all he'd learned in exchange didn't cheer him up. He dropped his eyes, not wanting to meet Snape's any longer. He didn't feel like picking a fight, but he didn't feel like making nice either. He just wanted the older wizard to go away, far away. Maybe to another planet where he'd never have to see him again or face the fact that he knew those things about Harry. Yeah, that far away would be nice. Snape tapped his foot, the motion comical in his socks and too short trousers. Harry might have laughed if he didn't feel the situation so unfunny. "What is this?" The professor voiced his question again, just as quietly, but with a dangerous edge that clearly said that he despised being ignored. Harry let out a breath. "It's my birthday," he admitted, forcing his eyes back up to meet Snape's. "These are birthday presents," he explained simply. Snape crossed his arms and stared at him for a long moment with an inscrutable expression. Harry wasn't sure what to expect. A lecture about impatience and opening presents in the middle of the night, perhaps. Or would he harp more on the topic of not waking him right away? But Snape skipped the topic of Harry's birthday altogether with an entirely different observation. "I smell food," he declared, and stalked nearer to Harry. "Where is it?" "Food," Harry repeated, confused. He looked around at the flap in the door and saw that nothing had been left for him. He was about to say as much when his nose again caught the scent of delicious food, and his stomach rumbled loudly in demand. The smell was so good, in fact, that Harry didn't know how he had kept from tearing into it already. Quickly, he again unearthed the large Quidditch-decorated present and ripped open the wrapping before the players could think of continuing their fight. The heavenly aroma drifted even stronger from the open package as Harry lifted out several small containers, some kind of casserole, a few whole pieces of fruit, and a generous helping of cake and pudding. There were even utensils. Forgetting Snape for a moment, he smiled in delight and tore open the attached card. "Hey, mate, how has your summer been? Are the muggles treating you all right?" "Not much going on here. Mum and Dad haven't let me and Ginny out much this summer. I think they're worried about you-know-who, but we're going crazy cooped up like this. I guess you know what it's like, though, from what you've said about your summers, huh? Here's something to help you look forward to Quidditch next year. And Mum sent you some things in case the Muggles put Dudley on a diet again. The sugar plum pudding was my idea. Happy birthday. Harry peeked at the bottom of the box and pulled out some Quidditch trading cards and assorted wizarding candy. Putting Ron's gifts aside for later perusal, he opened the food containers and breathed in deeply. His enjoyment was cut short by the sound of a throat clearing, and a glance upward revealed Snape towering over him, tapping his foot again in impatience. I do not deny that starving has its appeal when compared to being trapped together in this room. I, however, would prefer to have a choice in the matter, Snape snapped, irritation in every syllable. He stared pointedly at the food, then back at Harry. Oh, right. Harry sorely wished he didn't have a conscience as he gripped the container filled with casserole and remembered that Snape had gone even longer without food than he had. He held the container for a moment longer, then slowly, reluctantly held it out to share. Snape snatched up the entire container, snaking another hand out to grab a piece of fruit from Harry's stash. Harry's glare was conveniently ignored as Snape settled himself at the desk to eat, immediately biting into the juicy piece of fruit. But angry though he was surprised to feel relief as well. Nothing seemed to have changed between him and his hated professor. The unsettled feeling he'd had since their uncharacteristically civil conversation several hours prior began to ease. Who'd have thought that he'd actually be relieved to be dealing with a bitter, disagreeable Snape over the one from yesterday? And yet he did. Thisnape was familiar ground. Thisnape made him feel like he hadn't bared all of his secrets. Well, not all of his secrets, he supposed. Thank Merlin the professor still didn't know about the cupboard or how bad his nightmares could get, or the extent of Dudley's bullying as a kid, or a number of other details Harry could do without having revealed. Yeah, he forced himself to be grateful. Things could be worse. A glance at the remaining presents from his friends further drove it home. Yeah, things could definitely be a lot worse than having friends who cared about him enough to not only remember his birthday, but have their parents send food just when he most needed some. He bit into one of the pieces of fruit and forced himself to forget about Snape's nastiness long enough to return to the next package. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I hope you are able to properly celebrate it this year. I sent you something I think you might enjoy. Yes, it's a book, but before you decide the summer holidays shouldn't include reading, open it. I really think you'll like it. Ron told me his parents have been trying to talk Dumbledore into letting you stay at headquarters for the rest of the summer so they can see you. He hasn't said yes yet, but Ron, Ginny, and I are going to be there the last week of summer, and I really hope he'll let you come then. You haven't received your OWL results yet, have you? They should be out any day now, and I've been checking for the Owl Post hourly just to see if they've arrived. I can't wait to finalize my selection of classes with Professor McGonagall. I tried to already, but she told me that even though she was sure I passed all of my subjects, I'd have to wait for my OWL results like everybody else. It's killing me. Well, again, I do hope you have a happy birthday. Harry grinned. Leave it to Hermione to revive his good mood, just by being her school-obsessed self. He tore into the package, which sure enough was just large enough to hold a book, and read the long title, Advanced Practical Defense Techniques, Dueling, Blocking, and Avoiding Catastrophe by Gerhard Blund. Harry leafed through it and was pleasantly surprised to find it full of useful information, much of which he hadn't learned before. It looked like it would be easy to follow, too, with anecdotes, diagrams, and even step-by-step instructions for some of the most advanced spells. Thank you, Hermione, he thought with a smile. Well, well, Harry Potter, not only holding a book in his hands but smiling about it. Will wonders never cease? Snape's dry comment drew Harry's attention back to his, well, cellmate, for all intents and purposes. Snape took another bite of the casserole, having finished off his piece of fruit. Harry noted that the man didn't look quite as irritable as before, probably a product of having food in his stomach. He was leaning back in the chair, now facing Harry, and Harry let out a scowl at being the man's dinner entertainment. Snape merely took another bite and continued to watch him, indifferent to his obvious resentment. Well, Harry could play the "I'm ignoring you" game just as well as Snape could. Just see if he couldn't. Setting the book aside, he turned to his final package and read the brief note. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I found something that I thought you should have. It belonged to Sirius. If you would like to individualize it, I would be happy to show you how to do so. Happy birthday. Remus Lupin. Harry laid down the letter with shaking hands. Remus had never given him a birthday gift before. That, and knowing that it was something that had belonged to Sirius, and Harry felt a keen sense of nervous anticipation as he reached for the final remaining package. It was small and wrapped in bright gold paper. He found it difficult to open with his shaky fingers, but the wrapping eventually fell away. He opened the small gift box inside the wrapping and lifted out a very old-looking pocket watch. It was silver, with tiny inscriptions on both the outside and the inside, so tiny that he couldn't make them out in the dim light from his lamp. The inside of the watch reminded him of the clock he'd seen at the Weasleys several times before. Where numbers would usually be on a Muggle watch, this one had words. Very tiny words to fit around the edge of its face. Tower, detention, class, great hall, forest, grounds, and on holiday were squeezed into the space. On the hands, making his heart skip a beat, he saw the names of Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. All four hands were pointing to "on holiday," the only designation on the watch for not being at Hogwarts. Harry swallowed hard. If only it were that simple, that his father and Sirius were simply on holiday. It would mean they weren't really gone forever, that they'd be back soon with Harry. His eyes were moist, and he put the watch back in its box before he did the unthinkable and cried in front of Snape. He couldn't help a glance back up at his professor, which only confirmed, to his irritation, that he was still being watched. Must be quite a present, Snape commented between bites. It nearly brought a Gryffindor to tears. Harry gritted his teeth and refused to look in his direction, but Snape leaned over to peer at the letter's signature anyway. Ah, it was from Lupin. That explains the overt sentimentality. Harry bit back a reply and gathered up his presents in a hurry and stuffed them into the corner of his wardrobe, careful to hide the book under a few shirts. It wasn't likely that his uncle would come digging through his things, but he would be better off without a clearly magical book out in plain sight. So, what did the sentimental werewolf send you? Just a watch. Nothing important, Harry blurted, just to shut the man up. He was getting more and more annoyed by his taunts and questions. What did Snape think that just because he was here in Harry's bedroom and had found out a few details about Harry's life, he was entitled to know everything now? Snape had another thing coming if he thought Harry was going to pour out his grief for his lost parents and godfather right here and now, or anywhere where Snape was present, as a matter of fact. Why did he care, anyway? Oh, but wait. Snape had that puzzle-figuring face back on, the one Harry was beginning to recognize as his "play almost nice to get the information I want" face, the one he had hoped he'd been rid of earlier. Well, Harry didn't have to play nice. He firmly closed the wardrobe door behind him and hardened his face into a glare at the other wizard. I am terribly sorry to have disturbed your sleep, Professor. I am sure you must be positively exhausted, he said, in a false tone dripping with saccharine sweetness. So hospitable, Potter. I'd never have guessed. Snape stared at Harry another moment, expressionless, before turning to the bed, his back to Harry once more. Harry shook his head. At least he could count on an insult, but no fight. Snape was starting to give him a really bad headache. He'd never had trouble predicting what he would do before, or at least how nasty it would be. But after yesterday, he felt tossed back and forth. The bitter Snape, the one who hated him and whom he'd always known, was still there for the most part, But now it was like he had another Snape on his hands. A Snape who asked questions, personal questions, and noticed his reactions to things, and treated him not as much with hate, but with, well, he would describe it as calculating calm. This not knowing which Snape he would be dealing with from minute to minute was getting tiresome. At least he didn't have a Snape who genuinely cared about him, he reflected, and nearly gagged at the thought. That was one Snape he'd have absolutely no clue how to handle. Ah! He shuddered and pushed that nausea-rising thought out of his head. It was a good think that would never happen. Turning out the light, he settled back into his bed of shirts and emptied his head of all thoughts save one. If all went well, tomorrow he would be rid of both sides of Severus Snape. Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face. The sky was clear above the Quidditch pitch, and Harry felt free, basking in the sun in midair. He was so relaxed, it took him a moment to remember that he was in the middle of a Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Players flew in a maddening frenzy below him, and he pulled his broom higher so that they looked like bees furiously flying around their hive. He wondered absently if bees ever had wars like people did. Something about that thought triggered a faint memory. Had he been here before? A cheer rang out from the crowd as Gryffindor's chaser sent the quaffle through the goal, and his thoughts shifted back to the game. Harry raised his arm in a silent cheer for his teammates and scanned over the pitch for the tiny, golden snitch. It sometimes took hours to locate the elusive snitch, but this time it took Harry only minutes to see a shimmering dart slightly lower in the sky than he was. He dove straight for it and closed his hand around it in one swoop. Completely exhilarated, he raised his arm once more in victory, lowering his face to share his excitement with an uproarious crowd. But where the crowd was a moment ago, he found himself looking upon an endless field, the landscape broken only by the occasional ruin jutting out of the ground. He swiveled around. Where was he? Where were all the people? The air was stale, like he wasn't outside at all, but inside an enclosed box that had been too long forgotten in an abandoned attic. Stillness was everywhere. No wind was blowing. Not even the smallest blade of grass was moving. Nothing seemed right about the scene in which he found himself. His hand loosened from around the snitch he still held, and it sprang free, fluttering all around him before flying away. Leaning forward, Harry urged his broom to follow. He flew for what seemed like hours before he saw a glimpse of what looked like smoke on the horizon. He flew faster. When he reached his destination, it was to find the aftermath of a recent battle. Smoke from the charred remains of a village permeated the air and left Harry gasping for breath. He considered leaving but flew closer to the ground instead, giving wide berth to the heavily smoking areas. Houses were burned to the ground, and debris was strewn everywhere. And then he saw the bodies. Young, old men, women, children. Their lifeless bodies spotted the streets, some drenched in blood, some burned beyond recognition. He closed his eyes against rising nausea and raised his broom again into the air. He already knew he wouldn't find anyone alive. He was too late to save anyone. He circled the perimeter of the town, hoping for a glance of something familiar, something that would tell him where he was. And then he saw it. A sign blurred through the smoke. He flew closer, closer. He could almost make it out. He couldn't breathe. The ruins, the bodies, Hogsmeade. Was this really happening? He turned in the direction that should lead him to Hogwarts and found a nearly identical scene to the one he had left. Hogwarts was burned to the ground. Bodies were scattered in every direction, and he didn't dare get close enough to see if he recognized any of them. He was frozen in shock, letting his broom keep him in the air. It happened quickly, came a voice to his left. Harry whirled around. He was in shock, yes, but that didn't account for what he was seeing now. He was looking at himself. A mirror image of Harry was sitting on a broom several yards from where he was hovering on his own broom. The other Harry was staring at the carnage before them. They knew it was coming, of course, he went on. It was only a matter of time after you were defeated. You were their last hope. Partly their fault, perhaps, for putting too much faith in one person, But then that's what people do, don't they? He looked up, a sad smile on his face. Look for a savior, I mean. Harry opened his mouth several times before he could voice his question. Who are you? I am you. I'm the part of yourself you will only see in dreams. In your waking hours, you allow too much to distract you. You distance yourself from me. Harry's brow wrinkled in confusion. I don't understand. Are you real? Is this a dream? Yes, this is a dream. Does that make it any less real? He shrugged. But I am imagining you, aren't I? I'm imagining this. The other Harry gestured around them at the field of smoke and blood. Does it matter? This is real, Harry. This is what will come of Hogwarts, of Britain, of the world, if the war against Voldemort is lost. That thought is real is what matters. The rest you will come to understand in time. No, I want to understand now. He was suddenly angry and frightened. And though he somehow knew by now that he was caught in a dream, that this was not reality, he nonetheless understood that this very well could become a reality if the war was lost. Was this inevitable? Would he fail, and would this fate be in store for his friends, no matter his efforts? Please, he began again, pleading this time, please, I need to understand. Tell me, are you real? Am I imagining this because this is my fear, or am I really, truly seeing the future? Please, you have to tell me. The other Harry looked at him with sympathy before scanning his eyes over the desolate battlefield. He said nothing for several minutes, and when he looked back up, Harry could see tears beginning to form in his eyes. I know that you feel alone, I know, because I am a part of you, Harry. You hold a great weight on your shoulders, but I hold much of the weight so that you don't have to. One day you will be fully aware of me, but not today, Harry. You're not ready. Well, that's just great. Even my own subconscious thinks I'm still a child. How can I be ready to fight a war if I don't even trust me enough to tell myself what is going on? His rage was simmering below the surface, ready to burst forth. Ah, that's just it, Harry. You're not ready to fight the war, and like it or not, you are still a child. You know that. You even want that more than you'd like to admit. You're growing up, certainly, which is why you are now seeing me at all. But growing up isn't grown. You have a ways to go before you can claim that. Here, he continued, and threw a small object toward Harry, who easily caught it. It was the snitch. You'll need that. The shiny golden ball in Harry's grasp was swirling with colors, and as Harry watched, a clear image of Dumbledore appeared and winked out at him before calling to him jovially, Sugar plums, Harry. It's all about the sugar plums. The image of Dumbledore raised a glass in a mock toast before disappearing from sight. Harry looked up, confused. There was another prophecy, Harry, other Harry said, ignoring the image in the snitch. It was made after Voldemort tried to kill you as an infant. That's what I came to tell you. Dumbledore didn't show it to you because he knew it wasn't about you. It was about someone else. But like most things connected to this war, it concerns you. Talk with Dumbledore. Tell him about me. Tell him I've seen the future unfold, and tell him to let the prophecy run its course. He'll be able to explain the rest. He turned then and flew a short distance away from a speechless Harry before calling back, I am the part of you who sees what may come, Harry. You are the part of me who can stop it. He then swiveled back around on his broom and flew away. Wait, come back, Harry yelled at the retreating figure. But when he blinked his eyes, the figure and his broom were gone. The snitch in his hand was still, and he saw only his reflection in it this time. Taking stock of his surroundings, he found that he had drifted lower during their exchange, and now as he glanced below him, he could make out a shock of red hair in the rubble. He couldn't stop his eyes from scanning the figure. It was Fred or George. He couldn't tell, and a moment later he knew it didn't matter. An identical body was lying next to it, arm raised above his head, as if trying to fend off a curse. They must have come to defend the school together, and they had died together. Harry was going to be sick. He knew he should leave. He'd had the good sense earlier to stay far enough away not to see his lifeless friends. But he couldn't, not now, not being so close to them. He knew without wondering how that he was a part of the scene. He was as part of it as the collapsed astronomy tower beyond, and his only escape was in waking. Then he saw them, right near the dead, blackened remains of the weeping willow. They were all there: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna. Almost the entire do was near that one spot. They must have tried to use it as a cover or a strategy of escape. Only their lifeless bodies attested to the failure of that plan. Harry landed and jumped off his broom next to Ron. The red-haired boy was dirty and covered in blood. Harry couldn't tell how he had been killed, nor did he care to find out. He was dead, that's all that mattered. He and the others were dead because Harry had failed. He had failed them. The tears he had kept at bay ran down his cheeks in a silent stream of guilt and sorrow. "No," he whispered. "It hasn't happened yet, Ron, do you hear me? It hasn't happened. You're not dead. I won't let you be dead. I'll fix this. I swear I'll fix this." He tried to wake up, willed himself to open his eyes and escape from this nightmare of death and ruins. But every time he closed and opened his eyes, the scenery turned more hopeless. His eyes filled with the horror before him. An endless sea of bodies, all bloody, some burned. His senses slowly came more aware, and his nostrils filled with the stench of burning and death. He clutched at the snitch. He felt sicker than he'd ever felt in his life. He needed to retch, but he couldn't. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't leave. He needed release from the horror he felt inside. And so he did the only thing his body would let him do. He screamed. Chapter 8 of Wizards and Muggles. Harry couldn't stop screaming. No words, just screams. Terrified, anguished screams. He tried to move, tried to wake, but he couldn't. He was trapped in his nightmare. Panic overtook his fear, and sorrow as soon as this realization cut through his shock. What if he couldn't wake up? What if he was stuck forever in this frozen moment where nothing moved and nothing lived? His screams gained momentum, broken only by his short, shallow gasps for air. Maybe if he screamed loudly enough, someone somewhere would hear him. Anyone. He didn't want to face this alone. "Please," he thought, unable to articulate the words through the screams, "just don't make me face this alone." Not all alone. He paused again to gasp for breath when he felt something against the skin on his arm. No, someone had hold of his arm. He looked around himself frantically, but saw nothing but the battlefield. No one but the dead. He opened his mouth to continue his screams and again felt the pressure on his arm. It was shaking him. He couldn't see anyone, but he knew there was someone there. He reached out blindly and encountered a solid form. Warm, breathing. He latched onto the form, clinging for dear life, lest the form, which was invisible to his eyes, vanish from touch as well. It tried to push him away. No, he closed his fists tighter, panic fighting off the momentary comfort he'd felt. The form didn't want him. It was pushing him back toward the nightmare. His breath started coming in short gasps again, and he felt a scream beginning in the back of his throat. The form stopped pushing him away, and after a brief hesitation, drew him close. The scream died on his lips. He felt warmth on his face. A heart was beating next to his cheek. He concentrated on the feeling, which soon became a sound, and then a scent of plant and cloves. The earthy scent drew him further and further from the horror. The bodies gradually faded, and the battlefield vanished from sight. With a final shudder, he could feel himself rising up through the clouds toward the light. And with the light came more sound. The sounds had been there for a while, he realized. He hadn't been able to hear them, but some part of himself had been resisting their call. Someone was yelling his name. "Potter, wake up, Potter. It's a dream, Potter." Over and over the voice called out to him. And there were more sounds, stuttering, frightened sounds, a piercing shriek that hurt his ears. He burrowed his head in the fabric covering the beating heart. Arms were holding him, and he felt a hand awkwardly, hesitantly pat his back. Once, twice. It felt good, like he wasn't alone after all. He slowly opened his eyes. Blinking, he moved his head so that he could see. It was light out. Morning. He squinted into the brightness above him. Terror and comfort vanished as one, replaced by shock, as he stared up into the uneasy eyes of one Severus Snape. The form, Snape, was holding him. Harry started, broke free from Snape's grasp, and pushed away from him so quickly that he stumbled back onto the floor. Scrambling to his feet, he put a few more steps between himself and the still kneeling wizard. Harry's face felt wet, and with a touch of his hand to his cheek, he realized that he had been crying. He swiped at his face with both hands, trying to erase all hint of tears. Now completely awake, he was able to pinpoint the other previously disjointed sounds in the room. The Dursleys, Alaf the Dursleys, were standing in Harry's doorway. Vernon had stopped mid-stride, probably afraid to come any closer because of the likelihood of Snape being a wizard. He was stuttering. A lot. Harry couldn't quite make out words, but the man was the angry purple color that he had grown really used to this summer. Harry backed up toward the window, just in case, and stumbled again, this time catching himself before he could fall. Petunia, in contrast to her husband, was white as a sheet. She was cowering in the doorway, with Dudley right behind, straining for a glimpse at what had his parents so worked up. Catching sight of Snape, he immediately yelped, covered his behind with one hand and his mouth with the other, and ran straight back to his room, slamming the door behind him. Harry thought he heard something scraping across the floor, like maybe Dudley was trying to barricade himself in his room. Yeah, like that would help if wizards really were out to get him. Harry managed the sardonic thought through his muddled emotions. Snape rose to his feet in one smooth motion, which set Vernon to stuttering actual words. You're one of them, aren't you?" Vernon barked. Harry couldn't remember having seen Snape looking this uncomfortable before, but the man did. He looked positively ill at ease. Harry didn't know if it was because of the Dursleys or because he had just done the unthinkable, comforted Harry Potter, of all people, from a nightmare. Only then did Harry notice the dark spot on the man's chest, where his tears had soaked through the shirt. Oh, Merlin. Harry's face heated with mortification. He had grabbed Snape, clung to him. Tar Snape. He tried not to think about it, which was incredibly hard to do. Snape schooled his features, stood up straight, and addressed Uncle Vernon. "Mr. Dursley, I presume." Snape gave a slight bow in introduction, playing every bit the gentle wizard, though his slight sneer told a different story. "Severus Snape. I am a professor at your nephew's school." He still looked intimidating, despite the less-than-menacing clothing he wore. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Uncle Vernon would have already run in fear if he had been faced with Snape's customarily darker and more threatening appearance. I knew it, Vernon exploded, and instead of addressing Snape, swiveled toward Harry. "I told you no freaks, so what do? You go and start invading the neighbor." Vernon broke off as his widening eyes caught sight of something to the side. Harry followed his eyes to the three owls which were still perched on and around the desk, calmly watching the humans argue. One emitted a curious hoot at the sudden quiet. Uncle Vernon's simmering rage boiled over. Ignoring Snape completely, he stalked right up to Harry until they were nose to nose. Well, nearly, if Harry had been slightly taller. Harry backed up a step, which put him square into the wall, but Vernon didn't touch him, though he hissed so close to his face that he could feel the man's breath. "I warned you, boy. I told you no more stick-waving or birds or freakish behavior. I'll have none of this, you hear? I put up with you long enough in this house. I don't have to put up with your freak friends, too. You send him and those birds packing right this minute, or you can just go live on the streets for all I care. Better than you screaming bloody murder in the middle of the night, disturbing my sleep." "I told you no more nightmares." Harry grimaced as he felt Vernon's spit on his face during the tirade. He issued an automatic, "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Then, "I mean no, Uncle Vernon. I mean—" Harry didn't know what to say without making things worse, but he knew he'd better come up with it fast. Somehow he was sure that starting with, "Professor Snape has to stay inside just like me to hide from the evil wizards. But don't worry, There's only a slight to average chance he might curse you. Probably wasn't the best approach. Snape, he was just standing there, expressionlessly watching Harry stutter like a wimp to his uncle. That was enough to make Harry straighten up to his full height. He wasn't going to look weak. Not with Snape, not with Voldemort, and not with his ridiculous muggle uncle. Uncle Vernon, he managed with more confidence than he felt. Professor Snape came here to save my life. If I send him out now, he'll be killed. Harry didn't bother inserting that Snape was the older and more experienced wizard, so there was little chance Harry or Vernon could force him to do anything he didn't want to do. Besides, Vernon Dursley hated anyone who thought they were stronger or smarter than he was. His uncle just wasn't smart enough to realize how many people fit that description. Professor Snape let someone from the school know he's here. Harry continued his explanation, and they should be coming to get him any time. So if you'll just wait for them to. He couldn't finish his sentence, for Vernon grabbed him then by both shoulders and shook him roughly, screaming into his face, "You called more freaks to my house." Vernon continued with his rant, shaking Harry all the while, but Harry stopped listening. White hot flashes of pain were shooting through his sore shoulder, and he actually thought for a moment that he might pass out. He bit his lip and closed his eyes, willing himself not to cry out. Vernon, Petunia's voice cut through Uncle Vernon's rant. Vernon, stop. Harry felt the shaking end, and though his shoulder felt like it had been ripped from its socket, he opened his eyes, desperate for something to distract himself from the pain. Vernon still had a tight hold on Harry, but he was looking over his own shoulder now, at his wife. Petunia was inching along the wall toward them, terrified eyes fixed on Snape, who remained frozen in place in the middle of the room. She didn't really need to keep such a close watch. Snape's focus wasn't on her. His eyes were fixed, not even on Harry, but on Vernon's hands where they gripped Harry's still-injured shoulder. Harry couldn't tell what he was thinking, though his whole body had stiffened. Not taking her eyes off of Snape, Petunia lay a bony hand over one of her husband's and pried it from Harry's arm. Vernon, let the boy go. Harry looked at his aunt, shocked beyond all thought. She'd been kinder to him lately, sure, but she almost never interfered outright with Uncle Vernon's punishments, and this made twice in the last 24 hours. Harry didn't know what to think, and he worked hard to try to squelch an unfamiliar feeling. Was it hope? No, how could it be? Aunt Petunia had never cared for him, and he'd given up longing for a mother in her years ago. He was 16, after all, and way beyond the age where he craved a mother's tender love. But if that was true, then why did he feel an inexplicable yearning suddenly rise within him, a hunger for something he knew he'd never have? Dare he hope? Did Petunia maybe care for him in some way she was only now beginning to show, even a little? Harry watched her carefully, still aware of the pain in his body, but not caring anymore. He searched her face, though her eyes were still trained away from his. He couldn't see anything beyond fear, but he searched for the smallest sign of something, anything. Vernon let go of Harry completely, turning to his wife, speechless. His face was losing some of its purple, and it occurred to Harry that Vernon was just as baffled by his wife's behavior as he had been. Petunia whispered to her husband, quietly enough to guarantee to herself that Snape wouldn't hear. She couldn't know what Harry was all too familiar with from potions class, that the potions professor rarely missed anything. Harry couldn't count how many times the professor had taken off points for a whispered comment that he had heard perfectly from the complete opposite side of the classroom. Her whispered voice shook. Vernon, he's one of the boy's kind. Remember what we talked about? No touching the boy while there might be freaks around. There's no telling what they might get it in their heads to do to us. Harry's heart sank and his head felt hot. He'd known he was a right fool getting his hopes up like that. He knew from experience that they'd just be dashed to the ground and stomped on completely. Petunia was never worried about him, not even yesterday when she'd had him wondering. She was just worried about herself, worried that the freaks wouldn't do anything to her and her own. And it was reinforced to him, yet again, that her own didn't include Harry. He was angry, but mostly he felt defeated. It had been years since he'd hoped for the impossible. The hope had felt so good, which made reality feel all the worse. He refocused on the other occupants of the room, desperate for a distraction from his self-pity. Harry had missed whatever reply Vernon made to Petunia, but at least her interference had served its purpose of distracting him from Harry. However, Vernon was still angry. There was no doubting that. He wasn't done wanting to make a scene. Instead of bullying Harry, Vernon focused his attention on Snape. Perhaps the fact that the man hadn't made so much as a threat bolstered his own confidence. He raised his hand to point directly at Snape. Out! Out! Get out of my house this instant. I won't have your kind in my own house. Out! He pointed to the door then, and Petunia hopped in surprise, scrambling to the other side of Vernon so that she would be out of Snape's way. Snape didn't move. He had taken in the entire scene in silence, and he now watched Vernon Dursley's yelling and wild motioning and facial color changes, as if he were eyeing a dull but annoying little insect. Snape tilted his head slightly back and looked down his hooked nose at the rotund man. He answered evenly and rather snartily, in Harry's opinion. I would relish nothing more, Mr. Dursley, than to depart from your scurrilous company. Nevertheless, I regret that that is not an option. Vernon was taken aback at Snape's refusal to comply. So was Harry, come to think of it, albeit for a different reason. He hadn't the slightest clue what was going through Snape's mind, but knowing how nasty the man could get, his calm facade wasn't boding well. Harry was getting a little worried, and he had the feeling that he should do something, intervene somehow. But he still didn't know any better than he did earlier what to say that wouldn't make it worse, so he stayed silent. He considered prayer, though, for Uncle Vernon's benefit. Vernon was getting flustered at being refused, so he tried another tactic. Get out! He took a deep breath and screamed, or else. Snape's eye twitched, though he merely responded with a calm, simple, no. Vernon's whole body screamed rage, from his dark face to his clenched fists. The room was silent for several long minutes as the two men faced each other, one in agitation, the other with indifferent calm. Harry could tell that Uncle Vernon didn't know what to do. He relied on his skills of intimidation to get what he wanted, and Snape quite simply refused to be intimidated. And while Vernon may have been the more bulky of the two, Snape was the taller and obviously more physically fit. Even Vernon, with all of his Harry bullying down pat, had to know that turning to physical means with a fully grown man wasn't a wise course of action. So he glared, out of options, but refusing to back down. Snape stared right back, calm turning swiftly to boredom. Recognizing that shift in Snape's eyes, Harry couldn't help but think of all of the enemies Snape had to have faced over the course of his life, not least of all Voldemort himself. By comparison, Vernon probably seemed like an annoying little gnat that wasn't worth the trouble of devoting a second of time or energy to. Harry had had enough. Little as he cared for the Dursleys, he had to do something before Vernon gave Snape a real reason to rid himself of his annoyance, and Harry was afraid to witness just what course of action Snape might choose to take. A shudder ran through him as part of his nightmare flashed through his eyes. He'd seen enough of the result of violence in his sleep. He didn't think he could bear to see more in his waking hours. He launched himself away from the wall before he could rethink his decision and moved so that he stood between the two men. Facing Snape, back to Vernon, he forced himself to meet his professor's eyes, though he could barely do so without embarrassment flooding back through him. Don't, he said, hating that it sounded like he was pleading. Still, if that's what it took, don't hurt them. Snape's eyes betrayed his surprise as he evaluated Harry's earnest stance. He opened his mouth to speak, but Vernon beat him to it, swiveling Harry around, thankfully by his good arm, so that he was now facing Vernon. Hurt us. What, you think I can't take care of my own family? He shoved his nose in the air in a less subtle imitation of Snape's earlier gesture and started in on the professor again. You can't do anything, just you try. I'll slap a lawsuit on you before you know what hit you. Breaking and entering. And stealing for all I know. Food from my own table, no doubt, you thief. Vernon was getting worked up again. Happily, physical intimidation was discarded as he discovered the joy of legal intimidation. He rocked back on his heels, pleased with his own ingenuity. That's right, he continued, sure that the other man would be begging for mercy soon. I know some of the best lawyers in the country, I do. If you don't get out of my house this minute, I'll be seeing you in court. Vernon was positively smug. Harry was glad that he couldn't see Snape's face right that minute, and he inched a little to the side, so he was dead center between the men. He didn't fancy making it too easy for Snape to reach out and choke Uncle Vernon, no matter how much Harry felt like doing it himself. It occurred to him then how bizarre this whole situation was, that he would be standing guard between the two banes of his existence, his torturer at home and his tormentor at school. It was almost surreal. It didn't get any less strange in the next instant, as a scratching sound and a fluttering came from the direction of the window. All eyes turned to take in Hedwig, who was making her way through the bars with a long, narrow box in her grasp. She immediately flew in their direction, and Petunia ducked in panic as the owl fluttered past her. Snape stepped back to accept the package Hedwig deposited into his grasp, and her delivery accepted, she fluttered back to her cage and water bowl. The other owls hooted in welcome. Harry ignored Vernon, who wasn't looking quite so smug after having lost his captive audience, and spun round to see just what Dumbledore had sent. Harry had expected something like a posse of wizards to come to retrieve Snape, not a package delivered by owl post. Snape pulled a long, narrow wand from the box before lifting out a small slip of paper and scanning it. Raising his eyes, he met Harry's questioning glance, and to Harry's pleasant surprise, handed him the paper to read. Harry passed his eyes over the short, direct note. There was no address, no signature, only 3 short phrases. Temporary untraceable wand enclosed. Box is portkey. Every unusual creature deemed risky. Harry looked up. Snape was watching him intently, though Harry couldn't imagine what he might be looking for. The note didn't give much to react to, did it? Although Harry did wonder where the portkey might send Snape that would warrant a warning about unusual creatures. Vernon cleared his throat, a loud, grating noise intended to bring the attention back to himself, until he saw the wand, that is. Vernon shuffled back at the sight and grasped out again for Harry's arm, the bad one this time, to pull him back with him. Harry let out a barely stifled moan, at yet another jostle to his shoulder. "Put it down! Put that thing down now!" Vernon yelled, holding Harry in front of him as a shield from whatever curse he was sure was about to be hurled his way. He was shaking, both from rage and from fear. Snape, of course, no more listened to him about the wand than he had about anything else. His swift glance took in the terrified Petunia, purple-faced Vernon, and Harry, forcefully held within his uncle's grasp. Harry wished Snape would just leave already. He could now. He had the portkey, and he had a wand, even. Harry couldn't stand to deal with any more humiliation than he had already in the last several days. His uncle, the room, his nightmare, and everything Snape had learned about him intertwined with the physical pain swimming through his head. "Go," he said quickly. "Just go," he repeated, trying to keep the pain out of his eyes as he met Snape's strangely uncertain ones. He blinked, willing his glare to harden. The last thing he wanted when the school year began was for Snape to have more pitying memories to lord over him. So when Snape turned to the bed to gather up his stack of parchment and a bundle that appeared to be his torn Death Eater cloak, Harry nearly sighed with relief. One more minute, and Snape would be gone. But Snape didn't activate the portkey. Instead, turning back round with an unintelligible oath, he raised his wand to Uncle Vernon's eye level and pointed it straight at the large man. "I would suggest you remove your hands from your nephew, Mr. Dursley," he stated coolly. His eyes darkened, and Harry shuddered at Snape's deadly glare. He'd been on the receiving end of that glare more times than he could count, and he still hated it every single time. Harry felt Vernon's trembling increase as the full impact of Snape's threatening figure finally registered with him. It only took another second for him to roughly shove Harry away and scuttle through the door, slamming it closed behind him. He had apparently forgotten that his wife was still in the room, for Petunia shrieked and ran for the door faster than Harry had ever seen her run in his life. It would have been quite entertaining if he weren't so confused about Snape's behavior. Petunia opened the door on her third shaky try and slammed it behind her even louder than Vernon had done. Finally, there was silence. Harry's brows furrowed in confusion, and he looked at Snape questioningly. The man merely lowered his wand and studied Harry for a moment, seemingly making up his mind about something. When he spoke, it was to issue a simple, "Gather your things, Potter." "My things," Harry repeated, not sure if he'd really heard right. "Yes, Potter, your things," Snape snapped at him. The man actually looked flustered. "Unless, of course, you would like to stay here for the rest of the summer." Harry stared uncertainly. "All right then, if you want to stay, be my guest. I'll inform the headmaster that you are deliriously happy to spend the rest of the summer lazing about, contentedly starving in your lavish dungeon." Snape raised the portkey, which finally propelled Harry to action. He moved as fast as he could. The man looked uncertain enough about his decision to change it at any moment. Darting over to his wardrobe, Harry quickly scooped up the few wearable items of clothes he possessed and dug out his birthday presents from the corner. One was already out. "Sirius, watch." Harry spun around on his knee to fix Snape with a glare. The man was at the window, wand out, lips moving. Turning back around to Harry's accusing glare and the watch in his hands, he merely shrugged. "If you do not want your possessions disturbed, I suggest you do a better job of putting them away." Harry snatched up the watch in exasperation and carried his pile to the padlocked trunk, and he sighed, not because of the trunk, but because now he'd have to ask Snape for help. But Snape saw the problem before Harry could speak, and with a mutteredallohomora, unlocked the trunk. Harry couldn't quite bring himself to thank the man after his recent intrusion into his sentimental gift. Those items and a couple things scattered around the room packed away, there was only one place left, his hiding place under the floorboards. Taking a measuring glance at an impatient Snape, he decided he really didn't have a choice but to reveal his hiding place. The things there were too important to leave. It wasn't likely Snape would ever be here again, anyway. Mind made up, he got on his hands and knees and pulled up the loose floorboard. Gathering up the contents of his hiding place, he threw them into the trunk and replaced the board. A glance up showed Snape watching him with eyebrows raised. Not sure if that was good or bad, Harry hastily closed the trunk. "I'm ready," he announced, and jumped aside as Snape pulled out his wand and pointed it in Harry's general direction. A shrinking spell later, Harry's trunk was small enough to pick up and fit in his pocket. Snape held out the portkey. Harry reached for it before he could think too much about the fact that he was going off to who knew where with Severus Snape, of all people. Wait, he stopped mid-reach. Suspicion filled him. "What were you doing at the window just now?" he had to ask. Snape had been casting a spell, that much was sure, but he had a portkey already. Harry couldn't think of any reason whatsoever that would call for Snape casting some random spell out his bedroom window. Finding no reply forthcoming, and further alarmed at Snape's satisfied air, he sprinted over to the window and looked out. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "What did you do?" he demanded, turning around, intent on getting his answer. Snape held out the portkey again. Harry crossed his arms, needing to know what horror he might come back to next summer. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Potter," Snape muttered. "Take the portkey and I'll tell you." Harry's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he grabbed the other end of the extended wand box. "A simple weed growth enhancer spell, Potter. Perfectly harmless, I assure you." Harry didn't have time to react to that as Snape muttered the word, "enemy," and he felt a familiar jerk behind his navel. As one, the two wizards vanished from number 4, Privet Drive. Chapter 9, Layovers and Lies. Harry unceremoniously landed in a heap, face down on a mound of dirt and leaves. He raised his head to see Snape's feet right next to him. Of course he had made a perfect landing. Harry groused and hopped to his feet. Weed growth enhancer. Harry grinned despite his annoyance as he brushed the dirt and leaves from his clothing. What he wouldn't give to see the Dursleys' faces when they couldn't get rid of their weeds. Ha! If it had been anyone other than Snape who'd cast it, Harry might have allowed himself to be properly impressed. He was, admittedly, surprised. He glanced up at the man, who hadn't moved from the spot where he'd landed. Snape was looking at something beyond him, and only then did Harry hear the shuffling sounds of company. A throat cleared. He followed Snape's gaze and came face to face with a wand. Wait, there were two wands. Were they surrounded? His pulse quickened. Harry felt his heart rate slow as he recognized the body attached to the wand. A ragged-looking Remus Lupin blinked at him. He dropped his wand hand, surprise reflected in his warm brown eyes. Harry recognized the other wizard too. It was Mad Eye Moody. There were only the two wizards, and Harry felt profound relief that he was able to identify both. Harry, Remus repeated. We were told to expect Professor Snape alone. It could be a trap, Moody, who had yet to lower his wand, wasted no time in pointing out. How do we know he isn't a Death Eater impersonating Potter, so we'll reveal his location? Lower your wand, Moody, Snape snapped. The Dark Lord already knows Potter's summer location. We've been aware of that for months. Unless you are able to assist him in overcoming the wards, I highly doubt he or his followers would be so fortunate as to so much as obtain the necessary ingredient for an effective polyjuice potion. Polyjuice? Ha! So you've revealed your ploy, disguising one of your own to look like him so we'll slip up and tell you how to cross the wards. Not likely. Moody kept his wand pointed at Harry, though his eye swiveled to Snape. Which means that you may or may not be Severus Snape, he growled, eyeing the strange sight that the man made, still decked out in Dudley's old clothes. Remus intervened, asking Snape a question to placate Moody. What curse did you use on Sirius fourth year, just prior to the train leaving for Christmas holiday? Snape played along, though visibly exasperated. Leglocker. It's him, Moody. Moody harumphed, but he appeared to accept that Snape was indeed who he said he was. He narrowed his suspicion toward Harry. What form does your patroness take, Harry? Remus asked, before Moody could start in on him again. Stag, Harry answered automatically. Several people were listening last time you asked him that. Lupin, ask him something else. Moody's eye spun around to scan the surrounding woods for anything suspicious. Remus humored him. What? He stopped abruptly, eyes darkening. Harry looked around them, worried about what Remus had seen. Were there unusual creatures about? He absently reached for his wand, only to remember it was still in his shrunken trunk. He silently cursed himself for not pulling it out. He had stupidly grown used to not having it on him. Remus stalked closer to Harry, but instead of pulling his wand on an unseen enemy, he gently placed his hand under Harry's chin and turned his head to the side. What happened to your face, Harry? Remus asked softly. Harry felt himself flush, and he pulled his chin away from Remus' grasp. He hadn't had time this morning to consider that he'd likely have a bruise on his face from yesterday. He hoped it didn't look too bad, but judging by Remus's narrowed eyes, it might look worse than he'd imagined. Nothing, he mumbled. He couldn't quite meet Remus' probing gaze, but he forced himself not to duck his head like he was tempted to do. Unfortunately, in looking elsewhere, he had to dodge two other pairs of eyes as well, one accusing, the other knowing. I fell. Door was right there. Clumsy. The strung-together words sounded incredibly false, even to his own ears. He must be out of practice. But then he couldn't remember ever having outright lied to his friends or professors before about the Dursleys. Misled, yes. Omitted things, definitely. But lied. He hadn't really had to. Vernon hadn't left a bruise on him. Well, on his face, at least, since he'd started at Hogwarts. The impostor is obviously covering something up. Moody fixed Harry with the full force of his mismatched stare. Who are you? Out with it. Who are you, really? Now, Moody, let's be reasonable, Remus chided, though suspicion was simmering in his eyes, which Harry now realized weren't even focused on him anymore. They were directed over his shoulder. He followed Remus, stare to Snape, who had left them to their exchange and was examining their surroundings. When Remus redirected his attention to Harry, it was obvious the man didn't believe the clumsy story for a second. But thankfully, he dropped it. Looking at Harry, suspicion turned into an apologetic look as he asked the necessary question. Harry, what do you hear when Dementors come near? Harry was taken aback at the personal query, but he could see the reason for it. It wasn't something Harry would have shared with many people, after all. He recovered quickly to answer, my mum. He heard it's him, Moody, from Remus simultaneously with an incredulous, what? Snape had turned from the edge of the clearing, face pale, and was looking at him like he'd gone mad. Who in their right mind hears that when Dementors are near? Thankfully, Remus intervened before Snape could stick his large nose further into Harry's business, putting up a hand to halt the conversation. It's him, Moody, he repeated with an air of finality directed at Snape. Moody finally dropped his wand, muttering something about tricks and villains and how one can never be too careful. Harry noted that he still kept one suspicious eye trained on Snape, though. Snape ignored the glare and motioned around them. Where is Dumbledore? It was more a command than a question. I have not been to this location. Has headquarters been compromised? Remus answered the question while moving to stand so close to Harry that it was kind of uncomfortable, and Harry took a step back. We've only recently started using this location as an emergency meeting place. Wards make it untraceable. The Order thought it necessary that we alternate the use of all safe houses so that if one is compromised, the likelihood of being captured is lessened. Harry could see how the clearing they were in could be an ideal place to meet. They were surrounded by trees on all sides, and a look above confirmed that the tall branches and leaves of the trees formed a curtain below the blue sky, a perfect barrier between them and any above-ground surveillance. We've wasted enough time, Moody growled. Lupin, you lead the way, I'll take up the rear. Moody motioned for Remus to enter the forest first. Moody walked behind the other three, eyes swiveling ever more rapidly for any hint of danger as they entered the dense woods. Remus kept glancing back to keep an eye on Harry. He also kept a rather intently watchful eye on Snape, which the potion's master resolutely ignored. When they reached a stream, Remus motioned them to a narrow place for crossing. He continued with his explanation then, as one by one they stepped across to the other side. This place is especially set up with medical supplies. He passed a glance over Snape's healthy-looking form, marred only by scratches. Few details were in your letter. As Albus was concerned you might have sustained serious injuries, he asked Poppy to meet us here to treat you. After she has seen to you, we'll bring you both on to headquarters to see Albus. He glanced at Harry then, issuing him a reassuring smile before readdressing Snape with an uncharacteristic coolness to his tone. I'm sure he'll have quite a few questions for you. Snape scowled in return, and the wizards continued in silence. That gave Harry time for thought as they continued down a little-used dirt path through the trees. Just what would Dumbledore say when he saw Harry? He wasn't bound to be happy. Snape and Harry had both defied his wishes for Harry to stay put at the Dursleys. He also was a bit antsy about facing him so soon after his horrible tantrum at the end of the last school year. Would Dumbledore take one look at him and send him right back? He felt a sudden urge to plod a little slower. It really was quite scenic. Why hurry? Snape bumped into him from behind. Faster, Potter. The longer we are outside, the greater the probability that our location could be compromised. Harry reluctantly quickened his pace. Stepping through another patch of dense trees, he finally saw a clearing ahead of them. A real clearing this time, though barely large enough for the small cottage in its midst. The cottage was built right next to a large stone wall, a natural cliff extending up into the air. The other three sides were dense woods. No one, even a few steps into the trees on any side, would guess that there was a clearing or a cottage only a stone's throw away. Both Snape and Harry were ushered into the cottage before he could examine any more of their surroundings. It was dark inside. Not too dark, he supposed, but he'd grown used to the brightness of the outdoors. He waited for his eyes to adjust. "Mr. Potter," he heard Madame Pomfrey's surprised voice a moment before he saw her. She looked just as she did during the school year, brown hair laced with grey, her matronly form ready to pounce into action for anything from a bee sting to a war wound. Peering beyond Pomfrey, Harry could see now that there was only one worn sofa in the tiny room. A few small appliances were off to the side, which Harry guessed served as a kitchen of sorts. As they looked old and dusty, Harry wondered if this place was ever used for more than a few minutes or hours at a time. "Well, Potter," the sound of his name interrupted his curiosity about the two closed doors leading off from the main room. He focused his attention on Madame Pomfrey, who was staring at him expectantly. Looking around at the other three faces, all directed at him, he wondered just how long he had been distracted by his examinations of the cottage. "Huh?" he asked blankly. "I asked if you would like to take a seat while I examine Professor Snape." She put her hands on her hips then. "On second thought, perhaps I ought to check you over as well. Really, you seem quite disoriented." Harry was already shaking his head. "I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey. Thanks, though," he added. She was still looking him over like she wasn't going to let it drop. He hastily took a seat on one end of the sofa. "Really, I'm tired is all. A hike through the woods first thing in the morning can really take it out of you," he tried to joke. It fell flat, but she seemed reassured and focused her attention on Professor Snape. "Come now, Professor. I've strict instructions from the headmaster to check you thoroughly before allowing you to leave." Her firm voice brooked no argument, and despite his resentful posture, Snape followed her into the back room. At Snape's obvious aversion to being examined, Harry couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore hadn't brought Snape out to the middle of nowhere just so he couldn't refuse medical attention. Subtle manipulation, he thought. He wondered if maybe the Sorting Hat had ever told Dumbledore that he'd be good in Slytherin too. "I'll bring out some bruise salve for your face in one moment, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey called over her shoulder as she led Snape into the room. He heard her muffled voice giving some kind of instruction to the man through the cracked door. Moody took up post by one of only two windows in the room, eyes out for any hint of danger. Leaving the guard duty to Moody, Remus took a seat on the sofa next to Harry. Harry braced himself for a steady stream of questions. Or worse, for Remus to start a heart-to-heart, which Harry might not have minded if he knew it was going to be about his parents or his friends, or even about his classes. Pretty much anything but the Dursleys. "Harry," Remus began, but didn't get a chance to voice his first question before Madame Pomfrey bustled back into the main room with a small jar in hand. "Bruise salve," she called out efficiently, handing it to him. "Rub a small amount on your cheek with 3 circular motions. That should do the trick." "Here, Harry, let me." Remus reached over Harry for the jar, no doubt trying to be helpful. But as he closed his hand over the jar, Harry felt Remus' arm bump into his shoulder, sending a short burst of pain through his arm. He hissed through his teeth and couldn't help but scrunch up his nose. He schooled his features, but he was a bit too late, for Remus was already staring at him with his look of suspicion back in place. "Harry," Remus asked simply, expertly conveying his worry and unspoken questions in one word. "I'm fine," Harry said quickly, his face warming under the scrutiny. I guess I must. Sprained my shoulder," he explained feebly, avoiding Remus' eyes. He looked at Madame Pomfrey. "I don't suppose you could, fix it." "Harry," a hint of frustration seeped into Remus' usually calm demeanor. "I think you need to tell us who did this to you." "Why do you assume it was a who?" Harry retorted, fight flooding back to him at Remus' stern tone. "I pulled my shoulder lifting something heavy, okay? I just didn't want to carry on about it like a baby." Well, it was sort of true anyway. His shoulder probably wouldn't be as bad if he hadn't had to pull Snape up all those stairs when it was already sore to begin with. Remus opened his mouth to reply, but Madame Pomfrey intervened. "That is quite enough, you two. Mr. Potter, allow me to take a look at that shoulder so that I may bring out the proper treatment." Harry didn't move, not sure what was expected of him. Madame Pomfrey crossed her arms across her chest. "Potter, did you or didn't you just ask me to fix your shoulder? You do realize that I need to actually see it in order to help you?" she asked her question with eyebrows raised. Harry's face grew red again. He began, lacking any feeling of eloquence. "Don't you need to see me in the back room or something? I mean, isn't that where all your hospital stuff is set up at?" Remus reached a hand out to place over Harry's. "It's all right, Harry. You're in the company of friends. There is no shame or embarrassment in showing your injury." "Remus Lupin," Pomfrey scolded, "this boy is obviously feeling bashful about parading around half-dressed in front of prying eyes. Come, Mr. Potter," she gestured him up into the back room. "Let's have a look." He wasted no time following her to the open door, eager to get out from under Remus' well-meaning intentions. He loved Remus, he did, almost as much as he'd loved Sirius. He just didn't fancy giving him more to be concerned about. Harry hadn't looked for himself, but he was pretty certain he'd have a few bruises on his arms. They were minor, but that wouldn't matter to Remus, and Harry didn't fancy his dad's friend thinking that he couldn't take care of himself with his own relatives. There was simply no way he'd confess to Uncle Vernon's recent treatment of him. He knew he could trust his father's boyhood friend. The problem was that Remus cared about him. Unlike Snape, who, despite his recent confusing behavior, regarded Harry with predictable hatred and loathing, Remus might decide to coddle him or something. Harry hated being coddled. He hated being pitied even more. Plus, it's not like the Dursleys were abusive. They were unpleasant, rude, uncaring, and generally horrid people, sure. But other than by Dudley, he wasn't usually hit or anything. This summer was a fluke. It wasn't really a lie to hide the source of his injuries from Remus, he decided. He was just omitting certain details to keep the truth from being blown out of proportion. Pomfrey led him through the door to the one bedroom and closed the door behind them. There were two beds, one against each wall, with a chair in between. A floor-to-ceiling cabinet with clear doors lined the wall closest to the bedroom door, and Harry glanced at the shelves of potions, salves, and other healer supplies. Remus hadn't been kidding. This place really was set up for medical pit stops. "This way, Potter. Sit up on the bed, shirt off." She bustled over to the cabinet. "Lie back down, Severus. I haven't yet completed my diagnostic spells." Harry glanced across the room at its other occupant. Snape was sitting on one of the beds, glaring at Harry, a full-blown scowl on his face. He didn't look happy at all to have Harry sitting in on his medical examination. Harry inched over to the opposite bed and sat on the very edge, as close to the door as possible. Pomfrey stopped her assessment of the medical supplies long enough to snap again at them both. "Severus, the sooner you comply, the sooner we will be through here. And Mr. Potter, this is not a private room at St. Mungo's. I may assist you with your shoulder in here or in the main room. Just please make up your mind." Make up his mind. Display his injuries in front of Snape, or Lupin and Moody. Harry resigned himself to staying in the room with Snape. The professor already knew about how they'd been caused anyway, and he wouldn't make a fuss over him. In fact, the man looked as if he'd be pretty disgruntled, even without Harry's company. He had laid back down upon Pomfrey's threat to make a full report of his behavior to Dumbledore. Harry caught himself mid-snort at seeing Snape being treated like a child. He quickly followed it up with a pretend coughing fit after getting a nasty glare from the man in question. Pomfrey ran her wand in the air over the entire length of Snape's body, humming and tusking all the while. Finished, she scribbled out a few notes on a piece of parchment and walked back over to the cabinet to pull out a few bottles of various sizes and colors. "Mr. Potter," she stood over him on her way back to Snape's bed. How many times must I repeat myself? Remove your shirt. I may be a witch, but I cannot see through cotton. She huffed and turned back to Snape, proceeding to administer to him doses of some of the potions. Heaving a sigh, he pulled his shirt over his head. It proved kind of difficult, actually. He was having a hard time raising his sore arm, and he felt downright silly moving his head and torso around at odd angles to remove it one-handedly. He finally tossed it next to him on the bed. At least he could be grateful that neither Pomfrey nor Snape had been watching his contortionist act. The Mediwitch kept giving Snape potion after potion to drink. Or maybe they weren't all potions, he couldn't tell. But sheesh, how many different types of medicine could one wizard need, especially as he hadn't really been acting injured? It was kind of odd, actually, now that Harry thought about it. The man had been cursed and beaten and wounded when he'd landed with Harry, but except for that first day, he didn't really seem to be that hurt. No one could recover that quickly on their own. Was Snape just so tough that pain didn't bother him? Or had he been feeling much, much worse than he let on that entire time? It would fit with Snape's stubborn pride. Relying on Harry Potter for anything more than absolutely necessary probably would have killed the man more than mere physical injuries. He mentally shrugged. Well, it was just as well with Harry if the man wanted to kill himself by acting fine when he wasn't. No skin off his back. Pomfrey finally replaced the cap on the last of the potion bottles. Now stay put. You know very well the combination of these will need time to penetrate your entire system. 5 to 10 minutes should do it. She turned around to Harry then. All right, Mr. Potter. Your tour, she stopped mid-sentence with widening eyes. Recovering quickly, she placed one hand on each hip. Mr. Potter, she scolded, what in Merlin's name have you been doing to yourself? Lifted something heavy, my foot. She grabbed a few of the bottles from Snape's bedside and replaced them in the cupboard, continuing her speech. Honestly, boys these days. Sports this, sports that, and the muggle-raised ones don't even give a thought to the inaccessibility of proper magical healing remedies. Harry didn't know what to make of her reaction until he looked down at his arms for himself. There were bruises on both, just as he'd thought there would be. Bruises from where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him over the last few weeks, and a pretty nasty one on his elbow from when he'd fallen after Vernon had hit him. They weren't all that bad, to tell the truth, hence Madame Pomfrey assuming it a result of nothing more than sports. But on the one spot where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him over and over, right near his sprained shoulder, was a series of small splotches, some a dark bluish purple and some the reddish color of fresh bruises. They ran together so that it all looked like one huge, nasty, multicolored bruise. It was hideous. No wonder his arm had been so tender every time something brushed against it. When Pomfrey turned back around, it was to heave a thoroughly exasperated sigh. Severus Snape, don't make him report you to Albus. I said lie down and immediately down. Honestly, I don't think I've had more troublesome patients than the two of you. She threw up her hands and returned to Harry's side to perform several diagnostic spells. Sure enough, Harry confirmed with a glance to the other bed, Snape was sitting up in his bed again, and he wasn't lying down, even after her final scolding. He was just staring at Harry, more precisely at his bruised arms. His thoughts were carefully hidden. Harry attempted to slide over so that Pomfrey would hide him from Snape's scrutiny. But when that earned him yet another scolding, he forced himself to remain still. Drink this, Mr. Potter. Pomfrey handed him a small vial filled with a horrible-smelling greenish liquid. He downed it in one gulp in an effort to keep the horrible substance from touching his tongue. Ah, it was awful, he grimaced. Snape was still watching him, and Harry shifted uncomfortably. As Pomfrey reached for the jar of bruise salve, Harry's nervous fingers found a corner of the discarded shirt and began to fiddle with it. He didn't know what Snape was thinking, but this day was an awful mix of up and down emotions for Harry. He should have known right away when he woke up crying and clinging to Snape that this day wasn't going on the top of his list of best birthdays ever. At least he was away from the Dursleys. That sure went a long way toward lending some happiness to the day. But everything else, the display his relatives had made in front of Snape, how obvious they had made it that they hated Harry, the embarrassment at having Remus notice and question his injuries. It all culminated in this never-ending moment of having to just sit there under Snape's endless scrutiny, with evidence of his relatives' hatred of him on open display. Even though Snape had seen and heard enough to know what, or specifically, who had caused it, knowing the sight he must present with his limp arm and his bruises made him want to sink into the floor and stay there until Snape left. And it wasn't even noon yet. Harry heaved a sigh. "All right, move your arm now," Pomfrey urged him. He lifted his injured arm slowly, carefully, and was pleasantly surprised to find it felt perfectly normal. Relieved at having the soreness of the last several days behind him, he raised it completely and then yelped at a sharp pain. He raised his frustrated eyes to Pomfrey's no-nonsense ones. She took his not-quite-healed injury in stride, holding out another vial of the green potion for his consumption. "One more dose, and your shoulder should be fine." He swallowed, grimacing again at the awful taste. "Yes, I know the taste isn't the best. Next time you decide to partake in dangerous activities, you might stop to consider how you might be hurt, Mr. Potter," she tusked. Yeah. I mean, yes, Madam Pomfrey. I'll be more careful, I promise." He managed to add a bit of contriteness to his tone and blinked his eyes a couple of times for good measure. He was relieved that Madam Pomfrey hadn't put it all together. Contrite blinking still in effect, he locked eyes with Snape. The man probably hadn't even looked away from him, and he was giving him a knowing look. "Just what Muggle sport did you happen to be playing when these heinous injuries occurred, Mr. Potter?" Snape obviously couldn't resist calling him on his act. Harry's display of contriteness gave way to a glare. Snape shrugged in an exaggeratedly innocent manner. "I do have many Muggle-born students in my classes. As a teacher, I feel obligated to prevent them from participating in such injurious sporting activities." "Why, Professor Snape, that is quite commendable of you," Pomfrey beamed. "We really do need more of our professors to take an active interest in the health and safety of our students. Just think of all the injuries I tend to that could be prevented with a simple increase in education and awareness." Her previous frustration at both of them gave way to satisfaction at the positive outcome. "No need to be shy, Mr. Potter. Please continue," she urged, as she began gently rubbing the bruise salve on the smallest, lightest bruises first. "Continue." Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape's smug air. He hadn't started anything to continue. Snape had. He scanned his mind for Muggle sports, an area he didn't have much familiarity with. He hadn't had much to do with the Muggle world since he was 11, after all, and Dudley's sport of Harry hunting didn't exactly count. He ran through the list of activities that Dudley was taking this summer. "Swimming, boxing." "Boxing," he blurted out. That was a sport he knew a little something about from listening to Dudley. It had to do with punching and dodging right. It could easily explain his injuries. "Boxing," Snape echoed dryly. Harry lifted his chin, daring him to find fault with the plausibility of that lie. "Yeah, boxing." Pomfrey was nodding, though her lowered eyebrows betrayed her confusion. She obviously didn't know what boxing was, but she'd accepted it, which was all that mattered to Harry. "Perhaps you would care to explain this. Boxing," Snape continued, crossing his arms over his chest. "For educational purposes, of course." "Educational? Yeah, sure, of course," Harry muttered. What was Snape playing at anyway? Why was he toying with him? Was he planning to tell Madame Pomfrey the truth no matter what Harry said or did? Worse than that, what if the man decided to spread Harry's secrets all around school, like he had first feared? It's not like Harry hadn't ever been ostracized or made fun of. It's just that he could deal with most of the other stuff people had held over him because it hadn't been true. He didn't fancy spending an entire year with people whispering and pointing at him like he couldn't take care of himself under his own roof, with Muggles, no less. The horrible thought occurred to him that Draco Malfoy would have a field day with this information. He took a deep breath. Boxing, well, it's a sport with two people in a ring. A ring, Pomfrey interrupted, confusion in her face. Well, yeah, a ring. Not a little ring, like on a finger. It's what they call a big area that's roped off, and they fight until only one is left standing. Fight, Pomfrey stood, hands on hips, eyes blazing. You got into a fight. No, it's a sport, Madam Pomfrey. You throw punches and dodge them, and he was at a loss. Pomfrey was growing even more irate, and obviously didn't see a difference between regular fighting and boxing, and Harry didn't know enough about it to convince her otherwise. He wasn't even convinced otherwise. To Dudley, it was an excuse to beat up other kids and get congratulated for it. He shrugged carefully, really not wanting to continue with the lie anymore, but stuck with finishing it now. Anyway, I guess I lost, he trailed off. Pomfrey huffed. And one would hope that you learned your lesson, young man. Fighting, honestly. Don't you be getting any ideas about starting off on the wrong foot this school year. I won't put up with injuries caused by schoolyard fights. She was furious, though her hands were gentle as she finished rubbing the bruised salve on one arm and went on to the other. Harry fixed Snape with his most withering stare, which earned him a knowing glare in return. Pomfrey finally finished up Harry's arms, though the rubbing of the salve on the worst of the bruises had hurt. He'd closed his eyes against the pain, but it only lasted a moment, and then the bruises disappeared. You both lie down while I inform Lupin and Moody to prepare for departure, she instructed as she replaced the cap on the bruise salve and replaced the medication in the cabinet. When I return, I expect to see you both resting. She gave a stern stare and left them alone. Neither Snape nor Harry followed her orders, of course. What are you playing at? Harry demanded as soon as he heard the click of the closing door. You know what happened. You were there. Of course I was there, Potter, Snape retorted. I am able to recall my own whereabouts and what I was so fortunate as to witness. Harry felt his neck getting hot at the blatant reminder. Snape continued, sneering now. Do you seriously intend not to inform anyone? Not the most intelligent of decisions, is it, to keep your uncle's abuse secret only to return to it next summer? Harry cringed. Well, maybe it looked that way to people on the outside, and he had sure never liked the way his uncle treated him, but he wasn't abused. He didn't want anyone else to think of him that way, either, especially not his least favorite professor. It's my business what I do or don't do about it, isn't it? He grated out. It's my life. And you can pull that I'm your professor crap with me all you want, but it won't make one bit of difference. It's summer. You're off the hook. Besides, what do you know about it anyway? Snape looked ready to continue the argument indefinitely until that last comment, his face drained of color. Harry almost swore he saw a haunted look in Snape's eyes, though it only lasted a second. Snape suddenly apparently decided to heed Pomfrey's advice. Lying back on his bed, he snapped at Harry. Lie down, Potter, before you put us both in danger of an exhaustingly unnecessary and thoroughly annoying tongue lashing. Fine, Harry flopped down onto his back. But just so we're clear, stay out of my business from now on. Gladly, came the curt response. However, one thing you might want to keep in mind as you lie your way through Britain, Potter, you're terrible at it. You can't even fool a fool like Lupin. And waiting there for Pomfrey to return, Harry felt a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Snape was right. How long could he go on misleading Remus before it caught up with him, and why did he feel compelled to, anyway? Harry'd never hesitated letting his friends know that there was no love lost between him and his relatives. It was pretty obvious anyway, with little more than a toothpick or an old sock from them for Christmas. But there was a world of difference between grousing that his relatives hated him and admitting that he was weak enough to let them lay a hand on him. He couldn't confide in anyone about that. Whether it was embarrassment or pride stopping him, his practical side also knew that it wouldn't change anything that had already happened. It didn't matter he finally decided. Only 1 month and he'd be back at school with his friends and the familiarity of classes. And nothing that happened this summer would matter at all. Chapter 10. Hostility, House Elves, and Headmasters. Number 12. Grimmauld Place was connected to the flu network. Harry should know. He'd spoken to Sirius through it. There weren't anti-apparition wards on the old house, if George's and Fred's abilities to pop in and out of rooms were any indication. Finally, if a portkey failed, there was always the night bus to drop one off if they had been told the location by Dumbledore. Surprisingly accessible, Harry thought, for being so untraceable. So, if it was so accessible, then why were they walking? Harry plodded another foot in front of the other, his dark mood growing steadily worse. He wouldn't even have minded being surrounded by the 4 adults, Remus and Pomfrey in front, Snape and Moody taking up the rear, if it hadn't been for the fact that he'd really like to avoid every single one of them. He was getting sick and tired of the worrying looks Remus was shooting over his shoulder every so often. Moody was just as antsy, though not about Harry. About every 10 minutes, he would make them all stop to do a thorough sweep of the area. No one seemed too happy about that, come to think of it. They all looked pretty tired of walking by now. Especially Snape. He hadn't said a word to anybody since they'd emerged from the room to continue on to headquarters. His hair slid forward to hide the sides of his face from view, but a glance back from Harry had revealed just enough of his face to convince Harry to walk a little faster. Bad mood was a definite understatement to describe the dangerous look in Snape's eyes. And then there was Pomfrey. To tell the truth, she hadn't really done anything outright irritating since they'd left the cottage. She was visibly tired, like the others, but unlike the others, she seemed content to take in the healthy hike without complaint or sulking. Not to mention, without her usual scolding manner. Harry decided to be annoyed at her anyway. That she would enjoy the walk when Harry was so miserable was more than just cause for annoyance in his moody mind. "Stop here," Remus finally called out, his hand held up to halt their steps. Harry glanced up hopefully. Moody had stopped them all the other times. Maybe now they could use a portkey or something. "Harry!" Remus motioned Harry over to him, then placed his hands on the boy's shoulders as soon as he was close. With a brief glance at the others, he moved so that his body blocked Harry from their view, then lowered his face to look him in the eyes. "I am sending you ahead now," he began, gaze intent, "to headquarters. I must help Moody see Madame Pomfrey to safety, and then Professor Snape and I will join you. Tell the headmaster that—" "We can't send the boy alone, Lupin," Moody's voice interrupted over Remus' shoulder, and Harry jumped a bit at his sudden close proximity. "Headquarters may have been compromised." "Since dawn?" Remus questioned lightly, eyebrows raised. "We now know why Voldemort's attacks have been sporadic of late, Moody. His concentration is on other matters. Even if his focus were on us, and not on Harry, I doubt he could have waged and won an attack on our untraceable and highly protected headquarters within the span of a few hours. Certainly not with Albus there." "We're at war, Lupin. You assume too much," Moody growled. Madame Pomfrey piped up. "I've seen to Professor Snape's injuries. Let him go with Potter while we—" "No," Remus answered quickly and emphatically, his fingers tightening slightly on Harry's shoulders. He fixed an apologetic look on Madame Pomfrey. "My apologies for interrupting, Poppy. You see, the plan was for me to take Severus to headquarters, only after seeing you and Moody safely to your flu departure point. Obviously, the plan didn't include traipsing through a populated area with an easily recognizable Harry Potter in tow." Here he shot another apologetic look, this time at Harry, before continuing. "Harry needs to leave us before we continue further. And while it may be dangerous for him to leave alone, for anyone to leave with him would be even more dangerous. Even a single magical transport outside the town could lead Death Eaters instantly here to investigate if they have discovered Harry missing from Privet Drive. 2 or more, and we may as well send up a beacon announcing our location." The others considered Remus' words, and even Moody looked pretty well convinced, albeit reluctantly. As for Harry, thoughts were now whirling through his head, and he couldn't hold back the questions any longer. "Is that we couldn't leave straight away from the cottage?" He directed his question toward Remus. "Because Voldemort might detect the magic and come find us." Remus looked reluctant to go into it, but he issued a brief nod. "But Madame Pomfrey did magic there, and no one came. Why would?" "Really, Potter," Snape's dark scowl said plainly that he'd grown tired of silently watching the others waste precious time with talk. "If you want to learn magical theory, you might try paying attention in class once in a while. This is not the place or time for your inane questions." Lupin wasted no time in jumping to Harry's defense, a slight coolness to his tone. "Let the boy alone, Severus. He's done nothing to you." He pulled Harry to his side, rather too close, in Harry's annoyed opinion, and he tried to inch away from whatever battle was brewing between the two men. "Let him alone?" Snape questioned, his lips drawn into a smirk, contrasting with his narrowed eyes. Unless Harry was mistaken, the man was amused. "Why, Lupin, you sound almost noble," he sneered. "What would you know of nobility?" Remus calmly replied, though his hand tightened on Harry's arm. Harry squirmed a bit, tugging to be let go, but Remus' attention was still on Snape. "It is highly overrated, for one," was Snape's scowled response. "Those who claim it are usually the least noble of us all." "So you're a philosopher now, Severus?" Snape issued a mocking laugh in response. "Merely an observer, Remus. After all, it is your noble self who is manhandling the boy as we speak." Snape forgotten, Lupin brought his eyes round to Harry, still squirming to be let go, and all at once loosened his grip. "Harry, I'm sorry," he rushed to say as Harry stepped away from him. I didn't hurt you, did I?" His eyes searched out Harry's. Harry rubbed his arm and opened his mouth to give Remus an earful when he saw Remus' face. The man looked genuinely distressed. Instead of his planned tongue lashing, Harry heard himself saying, "Course not, Remus." After all, Harry conceded, of all people, he knew the difference between acts of love and acts of hate. Only, for some reason, Remus was going overboard with the whole protectiveness thing today. Remus looked uncertain still, so Harry stepped closer to him to show he didn't harbor ill will. That seemed to work, for Remus issued him a small, apologetic smile. "For Merlin's sake, will you boysply stop being boys for 2 minutes at a time?" Madame Pomfrey was apparently through with being patient and content. She raised her voice, walking around and scolding each of the men in turn. "Need I remind you that while I may have seen to their immediate injuries, Mr. Potter and Professor Snape are both in need of rest, not to mention a proper meal. They will not be getting any of that out here in the forest." She crossed over to Harry then, shooing him down the path. He hurriedly complied, somehow more about the consequences of disobeying her than he usually was with Snape, which was saying a lot. "Hold up, Harry," Lupin called from behind him only a minute later, somewhat breathless from trying to catch up to them. "You can leave from where you are." Moody followed, issuing his now familiar dark mutterings about danger and folly, and sticking to formation. "Here, Harry." Lupin handed him a small cup from the pocket of his robes, which Harry accepted. "This portkey will take you to headquarters upon activation. The headmaster should be there awaiting my arrival with Professor Snape. Tell him that we'll be taking an alternate route shortly." Harry stared at the simple clay cup in his hands. "Wait, you had this the whole time. If you're letting me use this now, why couldn't I use this earlier? Why?" "Potter," Snape bit out, fully ready to deride him once more. But Snape's almost rant was cut short by Remus loudly continuing his explanation. "Feel free to talk to the headmaster about any recent or troubling events that might be on your mind." Remus spared a swift, pointed glance at Snape, which was ignored. Snape did suddenly look as though he'd remembered something, however, as he reached into Dudley's trouser pocket for his rolled-up tube of parchment. He studied Harry for a moment before walking over to him and holding it out. Harry hesitated. "Take it, Potter," Snape snapped. It's for the headmaster. Give it to him to review before we arrive. Harry took it, careful not to touch Snape's hand. He'd already had more than enough physical contact with the man for one day. All right then, Harry, Remus nodded and gave him an encouraging smile. Read the inscription inside the cup backwards. Harry nodded, eager to escape the many layers of hostility running through this group, even if it did mean explaining his sudden appearance to Dumbledore. He read the simple inscription. Straw. Harry sounded it out backwards. W-A-R-T-S warts, he exclaimed, and Remus' smile was the last image Harry saw before he was pulled away and tumbled head over feet into a dimly lit room he recognized as the drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place. He stumbled to his knees to take it in, when all at once he was knocked back down by a small, colorful projectile launched right into his stomach. Oof, ger off me. He was flat on his back, his voice muffled by something bright and fuzzy covering his face. The small projectile started to talk in a high, squeaky voice. Harry Potter. It is Harry Potter, come to see Darby. Darby is so happy to see you, Harry Potter, sir. Darby! Harry was finally able to raise an arm, plucking a pink and yellow knitted hat from his face. He blew a few pieces of fuzz from between his lips. What are you doing here? Darby bounced aside to let Harry get to his feet, his own small, stocking-covered feet hopping with excitement. Professor Dumbledore asked Darby to stay here for the summer, sir. He knows he can trust Darby. I is loyal to Harry Potter and will help his friends, sir. But what about Creature? Harry asked darkly, his hostility towards Sirius, treacherous old house elf flooding back to him. Darby's ears fell, his tennis ball-sized eyes open wide. Darby is hearing Creature betrayed Harry Potter's friends. Creature is being a bad house elf. Professor Dumbledore sent him away, Darby knows not where. Oh, Harry felt relief at not having to see Creature, even if he had been denied the opportunity to take out his rage properly. Professor Dumbledore told Darby to wait here for Professor Snape. Darby was not being excited to see Professor Snape, sir. The little house elf's ears dropped even lower before they raised, and his face brightened as he exclaimed, "But Harry Potter came instead, and Darby is very happy now." Harry grinned. "Thanks, Darby." "Yes," came a voice from the doorway. "Thank you, Darby, for seeing to our surprise visitor." Harry slowly raised his eyes to take in Albus Dumbledore, worried about what reception he would find. The aged wizard's neutral face didn't show anger, but his eyes weren't exactly twinkling either. "Darby, would you be so kind as to prepare a room for Harry? It appears as though he may be staying the night." Darby let out a squeak at that. "Darby is happy to be helping Harry Potter, sir. Darby is hoping Harry Potter stays many, many nights, sir." And with a crack, he disappeared from the room. Harry lowered his eyes to the carpet as the full weight of Dumbledore's gaze rested on him. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "under usual circumstances, I would remark how pleasant it is to see you." Harry cleared his throat. You too, sir. I mean, it's nice to see you too," he lied, still studying the carpet. He heard shuffling as Dumbledore moved across the room. "Sit, my boy. Something tells me that I am in for an interesting story. We may as well be comfortable, don't you think?" Dumbledore took a seat on a small sofa and summoned 2 glasses of pumpkin juice and a dish of some kind of candy. He gestured for Harry to sit opposite him, on the other side of a small table. Harry sat in the proffered chair, taking in the changes in the room since he'd last been here. It was thoroughly clean, thanks to Mrs. Weasley's efforts, and much of the grimy furniture was replaced with newer and brighter things. It helped to add just a little bit of cheer to the dreary old place. Not that Harry felt cheerful right then. Memories of his outburst the last time he had seen Dumbledore, not to mention his attempts to destroy quite a few of the man's possessions, drifted through his head. He shifted uncomfortably, waiting for Dumbledore to speak. "I trust you are doing well, Harry," Dumbledore began, pushing the dish of candy toward him. "Yes, sir, thanks." Harry reached for a piece of candy to give his nervous hands something to do. Focusing his attention on unwrapping, the candy kept his eyes from Dumbledore's for a few moments longer. "Excellent, glad to hear," was Dumbledore's pleasant reply. "As you don't seem very inclined toward pleasantries at the moment, perhaps we should simply get to the point." He paused, waiting until Harry looked up to meet his eyes, then continued, "Why are you not with your relatives, Harry?" Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice to wet his mouth. "I-U-M." Harry wasn't sure where to start, and then it occurred to him that Dumbledore might already know some of it. "What did Snape tell you in his letter?" Professor Snape explained that his position had been compromised and that he was stranded at your home. He asked for safe passage to headquarters as soon as possible. Dumbledore helped himself to a piece of candy. Unhurriedly removing the wrapping, he continued, "Professor Snape knows the importance of brevity in letters such as the one he sent. He mentioned nothing of you or how the two of you were getting along, which, I admit," said Dumbledore with a raised brow, "gave me some degree of concern. Due to your shared history, and knowing that the two of you were stranded together in an enclosed space, I thought it best not to tarry, and so I sent your owl, Hedwig, I believe, immediately back to Professor Snape with a portkey to safety." "Oh, okay," Harry nodded, flushing at Dumbledore's justifiable lack of confidence that he and Snape could get along without doing serious damage to each other. "Professor Snape certainly neglected to notify me that you would be accompanying him in leaving your aunt and uncle's house." Dumbledore hinted for an explanation and leaned back in his chair. "I don't think he really planned it, sir," Harry explained quickly. "It just kind of happened." Dumbledore waited a moment before prodding. "And how exactly did your leaving the safety and care of your relatives home just kind of happen, Harry?" The words could have been scolding as all get out, but he said it gently as a matter-of-fact question. Harry shifted his weight in the chair. "Professor Snape was about to leave, and, he told me if I packed up my things, I could come with." Dumbledore's brows shot up nearly to the middle of his forehead, and Harry didn't think he had ever seen the wizard looking quite so surprised. "Pardon my confusion, Harry, but allow me to reiterate your statement. Professor Snape invited you to leave your aunt and uncle's home, against my instructions, I might add, to essentially spend more time in his company." He paused here for Harry's confirming nod. "And he did this on a whim." Yeah, I guess so." Harry felt his face grow hot at Dumbledore's blatant disbelief. Harry hadn't given it much thought over the last few hours, but now that he mulled it over in his head, he found he really didn't understand it himself. Just why had Snape decided to take him away from the Dursleys? The obvious answer was that he saw how Harry's aunt and uncle treated him. But Harry wasn't naive enough to think that in itself would cause Snape to overcome years of hatred to suddenly turn rescue mode on him. The Snape he knew would be happy to see Harry treated that way. Hell, he'd treated Harry worse on more occasions than Harry could count. So why had Severus Snape, who was an even bigger bully than Vernon Dursley, helped him to leave the Dursleys? It just didn't make sense. "Well then, Harry, I do see I am not the only one with a few questions over the day's events," Dumbledore remarked after studying Harry's confused expression. Harry sighed and felt a pang of jealousy at how easy it was for wizards like Snape and Dumbledore to hide their thoughts when it suited them. He had never been able to hide what he was thinking very well. He took a deep breath, just then feeling how incredibly tired he was from the morning's events. The idea of a nap sounded unbelievably good right at that moment. Pulling Snape's tube of parchment from the waistband of his jeans, where he had put it for safekeeping, he held it out to Dumbledore. "This is from Professor Snape, sir. He didn't say what it was, only that it was for you to review before he and Remus get here." Harry hoped it would be enough to distract Dumbledore from more questions. "Thank you, Harry." Dumbledore took the parchment, and showing how astute he could be, promptly sent for Darby to show a grateful Harry to his room so that he could rest. The first thing Harry did after trudging up the stairs and into the room was to lie face down on the bed. He didn't even bother to take off his shoes. He was so tired. Before he knew it, he was sound asleep. The sound of muffled voices drifted upstairs, waking Harry slowly from his deep, dreamless sleep. He rolled over, promptly waking as something sharp jabbed him in the nose. Blinking, he felt around, hand coming into contact with his glasses. He must have fallen asleep with them on, he realized, writing them on his face. He still heard voices, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. Jumping up and out into the hallway, he leaned over the banister to see Remus and Dumbledore clearly in the downstairs hallway. He ducked close to the ground so they wouldn't look up and see him. Harry couldn't make out what the two wizards were saying. They were talking in hushed tones, but Remus was talking intently to the older wizard, gesturing as if he was insistent about something. Dumbledore was listening, responding in equally hushed but soothing tones. Remus then gestured to a few pieces of paper which Dumbledore held in his hands. Harry squinted, trying to figure out what they were, and he thought he saw what looked to be Pomfrey's scrawl. He remembered, then, her note-taking after her examinations of both Snape and himself. A chill ran up his spine. Had she written all of his injuries out for Dumbledore's perusal? Harry was able to fool Pomfrey through sheer luck that she hadn't put two and two together. He was certain he wouldn't be able to keep the source of his injuries secret from Dumbledore's shrewd observations. A door creaked open, and Remus stopped talking a moment before Darby appeared from the direction of the kitchen with Snape in tow. The potions master looked more himself, having changed out of Dudley's clothes and into his usual dark garb. Dumbledore finally spoke loudly enough so that Harry could hear. "Ah, Severus, I trust Darby has seen to your appetite. Very good, very good. If you are feeling up to it, might I have a word with you?" Snape nodded slightly to show his agreement before allowing himself to be led past Remus and into the drawing room. Dumbledore's voice trailed off as they walked further into the room. "I have read your account of Lord Voldemort's meeting, my boy. Thank you for writing it out for me. As I am sure you expect, I do have a few additional questions." "Oh, and Remus," Dumbledore called back, "I think that Harry was exhausted enough to sleep for quite a while longer. I would appreciate if you didn't disturb his rest quite yet. Perhaps you wouldn't mind waiting for us in the kitchen." Remus nodded, stiffly turning back toward the room Snape had just vacated. Harry heard one door close, then another, before silence fell in the hallway. He waited a fraction of a moment before he carefully tiptoed down the stairs, one eye focused in the direction of the kitchen, and approached the door to the drawing room. Placing an ear to the door, he heard muffled voices, but as before with Dumbledore and Remus, he couldn't make out actual words. He backed up, sighing with impatience. He wanted desperately to know what was being discussed in there. Were they talking about the Death Eater meeting, about Voldemort's plan, about the Order of the Phoenix and their plans? Or were they talking about Harry, about Pomfrey's examination? Harry couldn't stand not knowing, and he just about screamed in frustration at being left in the dark. He nearly forgot to keep quiet on his way back to his room, but the thought of being confronted by a newly protective Remus kept him from stomping up the stairs like he wanted to do. Opening his door a moment later, he just about shouted out in surprise at a huge pair of eyes blinking at him from on top of his own bed. "Darby," Harry whispered, shutting his door quietly. "What are you doing in here? I thought you went to the kitchen with Professor Lupin." Darby jumped to the floor, several hats bouncing up to land perfectly back into place on top of his head. Professor Lupin asked Darby to check on Harry Potter. Darby was not wanting to tell Professor Lupin that Harry Potter was not where he was supposed to be, sir. Indeed, Darby's huge eyes looked relieved that his favorite boy wizard was safe and well. Oh, considering everything that had happened today, he supposed he shouldn't be surprised that Remus would send Darby to check in on him. Still, "Darby, I don't suppose you could tell him I'm still asleep, could you? I don't really want to talk to anyone right now." Darby nodded vigorously before Harry had even finished. Harry Potter can trust Darby to keep his secrets. Harry grinned. When Darby wasn't trying to save his life, he could actually do a decent job of lightening Harry's mood. Thinking over his history with the house elf, He couldn't help chuckling at some of the memories of magical mayhem the house elf had caused, which reminded him. "Oh, hey, Darby," Harry called out as it looked like the house elf was about to disappear. He reached for the shrunken trunk he still held in his pocket. "Would you mind unshrinking my school trunk for me before you go? I'm still underage. Can't use magic during the holidays, you know." Darby proudly complied, happily unshrinking the trunk for Harry before he popped back to inform Remus of Harry's restful and uninterrupted sleep. Even as Harry lay back onto his bed to stare at the ceiling, all kinds of thoughts ran through his head about what was being discussed downstairs between Dumbledore and Snape. He felt like sulking, but what was the fun in that, with no one around to see him sulking? If only he had a way to listen to. Harry abruptly sat up in bed. If only he had a way to see and hear through walls. Scrambling over to his school trunk, he shoved through its messy contents to find what he was looking for. After only a few seconds of digging, he withdrew what was even more exciting to him now than when he had opened it last night. His very own Weasley's, Wizard Wheez's, wall watcher. As he tiptoed down the stairs with one solitary purpose in mind, Harry Potter grinned from ear to eavesdropping ear.